All right, you can hear me now? Testing, testing. Anybody know about this Horizon? Hey, good morning. How are you, sir? Anybody know much about this? So it's supposed to be 3.8 megahertz base clock and then go up to 4.7. I can't get any of that to work as intended. So it's, I've got all the C states disabled, all the sleep states disabled, hibernate disabled. It just does not crank up like it's supposed to. And I'm way too afraid to tweak on it because, well, you can imagine. But yeah, it's not doing what I want. Anyway, if it doesn't stay over about 3.8, well then at the open news reports, more than 3 workspaces, uh, it can lag a little bit. I don't really need that. Well, it's really only with Zoom going, but still. I got that computer whiz kid coming over here today to see if he can figure it out. Supposed whiz kid. We'll see. Well, the most obvious of all fourth waves has turned up into what what it should have. I hope somebody got into that because, well, I sure didn't. It's a multi-week trade, so not exactly one that you can, not one that you can get into with minimal risk and exit by the end of the day. So it just really wouldn't make sense to try and do that. Crude disappointed me, but it did set up for a pretty nice one right at the close yesterday. And we'll go over that here shortly. Can't say it was, well, yeah, I can too. Let me see what I had here. No, it wasn't near what I had expected it would be, actually. We'll look at the reasons why in a moment. Yep, I did that this morning because I did tweak them a little bit. So I set everything to factory. What do they call it? Load optimized defaults. And that's what I did this morning, just in case there was something I had tweaked. And then I use the Ryzen Master software, and I don't know. Not exactly a computer scientist over here. Just give me 1 second. Let me just minimize this at least. I gotta admit, though, it does look like it can still go up and hit that 78.6 retracement back up. Let me walk you through that. We'll start with crude, go into the 6E and the Euro USD, and then we'll do NASDAQ and the ES. So I'm going to try to fly through this. All right, so this is what I was thinking at the time back here. And then that to me is an A wave up. It's an ABC X, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ending diagonal for C. So that's an actual A, or W rather, X. So if that's a WX, what are we looking for after that? A Y wave, another A, B, C. So that's really what needs to make sense. Aha. Okay, it does. All right. I was thinking it didn't, but no, it actually does. So sometimes I get focused on these really fast charts, and it's a little bit difficult to see the bigger picture when I'm really zeroed in on trying to figure out what's going on a fast chart right into the close. But what we have here is, if I were to zoom in on this, it's I was expecting an ending diagonal from this low, if I'll mark it properly here, that low up. So we were looking for one more, let's see, that's 1, 2, this is W, X, Y. So we've got A, B, and then 1, 2, 3. It's actually a 3, 4, 5. Each one of those is the 1, 3, and 5 are A, B, C's up, and the 4 overlaps with wave 1, which signifies a lack of commitment to the upside and a very strong potential for reversal back down, which we pretty much had in a straight line until we broke those preceding lows, those two preceding lows, which I think lined up with the what do we call that? The apex of that triangle. And this little sideways pattern here, and that wick low on the hourly. Okay. So if that's the X wave from this low up, we're looking for, can you guys hear me by the way? Fairly well? Okay, good. One more wave up, which is an ABC up. A, B, C. So I was expecting that C wave to go back and hit the 78.6 retracement. Okay. Which is to say this one. I think I was doing it from the lower high, but whatever. I was definitely doing it from the lower high. That's just, I don't know, something I picked up from a lady called or named Constance Brown. But I tell you, you can make real pretty hindsight examples of all sorts of things. It's quite another thing to do it in real time. You can make anything work in hindsight, can't you? You know. You know. Even without repainting. Well, repainting makes it a little easier. That's straight up lying, though. I mean, that's, if you're going to do that, you may as well just uh, number your days. Have as much fun as you can possibly have, because this is your best life now. All right, this is what I was thinking might just happen, that we put in a low. It's just not really lining up with anything all that beautiful. Yeah, it's here. It's throwing that one over. We're at the bottom of the down sloping upper median line, lower median line there, which I'll draw on the 5-minute. But I am not going to get suckered into going long there. I'm not, even if it goes straight up, I'm not going to do it. So once we zoom in on this, I think you're going to find that we've got a let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got a pretty clear. I don't really like using, let me just change this real fast because these are obscenely too large. Micro. Come on, man. What do you say? 12? No. Hmm. It's nice having them all grouped together like this now. It was so, well, I won't tell you how long it took to do that, but to make a change otherwise, when they're all split out, how did that happen? I didn't click on anything. I'm still not clicking on anything. Man, stuff like that just makes me paranoid. I'm paranoid enough. It looks a little bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4. See how 4 goes inside of wave 1? And then 5. So it just barely breaks the prior high there, the prior high here, and that prior high there going inside of these highs. That was the minimum that I was looking for this short. Actually, for this short that didn't quite set up. And then by the time we got there, pulled back and started heading up, I assumed that we would go higher. And we didn't quite do that. Good morning, Charlie. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you too, buddy. So there's like a little Chinese man trapped inside of that little body. I'm not understanding anything he's saying, but he's definitely talking to me. All right. That was weird. Sorry. I gotta hurry up if I'm gonna make it through. I still think it's possible to go back up one more time. I just don't. I mean, I couldn't put very much weight on that at all. Like hardly any. We've broken through that first of the major areas sloping. You know, it's the first major trend line that we would have to break in order to come down in what would be wave 3 of C, which means we now have our potential target for wave 3. Now, what is happening when it revs up that fast? Couldn't tell you. Whatever. Maybe somebody brilliant can help me with that one day. So I want to see, this is A wave down, B wave back up. Unless this thing is doing a triangle fourth wave and this is the low and somehow an expanded flat or something. No, that's a very clear ending diagonal for the fifth wave high of wave one up or A up. And yep, I've got a strong suspicion that we are about to go straight down. I wanted to be in this short, but in order to have gotten into it, let me show you what you would have had to have done. And this is where the finesse comes in. And this would be my answer to everyone that says, oh, automating this will just be a piece of cake. Automating anything that requires human thought, discretion to apply patterns, other than, say, Gartley, butterflies, very specific patterns such as that. Well, even that has quite a massive code base, huh? But multiply that by 10 and you'll have some idea as to how much is required for automated market geometry. Any pattern recognition is a massive code base. All right, just as just the divergence algorithm alone. I mean, that's huge. It's huge. Here's wave two. So this is how you would have had to have done it, and this is how I did do it on the tick chart. So come on, baby, what are you doing? Let me select you. What are you doing? She's being unresponsive. I've been saying that a lot lately. More than I care to admit. But you've gone and jinxed me, one of you. All right, let's do this. Let me just close one of these bad boys. And here it goes. It's dropping. Yeah, until I can get this thing overclocked, it's just not going to do well with Zoom. I hope to be using Vimeo next, but I'm not going to attempt that until these installers go out, which should have been out this morning. Well, they should have been out 26 mornings ago. I will say you're at a pretty major area right now. Like, it's pretty significant. Look at this. Man, Zoom is just giving me a hard time. Really just don't like Zoom at all anymore. Let me see if I can make it, if I can speed it up. This is the area that you're at. You're finding support. It's volume divergence on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different charts. With momentum divergence, with double divergence on the, well, what would be the 1 minute, but I don't have it on here. So, but I mean, look at that. Look at that. My goodness gracious. This thing's going nowhere but down. Mm. Yeah, you're going down, 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 down. Don't even think about jumping into this. I mean, unless you think that I'm always wrong, and then maybe you can make money doing the opposite of what I do. I think that's worked for people for a couple of days in a row, but typically not more. Maybe a week. Yeah, you're about to go really fast to the downside. So the bare minimum is a break of that low. And not even, so not necessarily. Um, this could very well be a triangle of a wave 4. Let's just assume that that's what it is and see what that looks like. And I'll use the wrong nomenclature on purpose because I have no idea what the right nomenclature is. Just act like it's on purpose. How about that? So that would be your A. It's a heck of an A wave, huh? That's a pretty clear wave 1 down. Maybe it's a C now, and then D back up, and then E, and you've got a super long, drawn out triangle for a wave 4. I just really don't think that's the case. Am I on the wrong chart again? I bet I am. Nope. But it's really just not shifting screens very well. Let me check something. Unless I did something to reset all of this, which I may have done. Yes, this is some of this is totally different in here. Always show HUD. Yeah, something got changed. No, it's set to 8 frames per second. I can't change it midstream, so it would be nice if I had it set to 6. It would be a little snappier, but oh well. My price is way behind. Yeah, I imagine because I had 6 workspaces open before, and I've got Zoom going, and I've got 1440p monitors, and I've got some Bloodhound templates that I'm testing that are just way too. I mean, they're very, very precise, but they are quite a bit heavier than the typical. So these are 1440p monitors with very high refresh rates. And yeah, I can't get the CPU to throttle up or to boost up to handle it. I thought I had it last week, but alas, I did not. 3.8 is just not enough to do Zoom and 1440p monitors and 4 workspaces. Yeah, I have it set to high priority. That reminds me, there is another app. So this is totally irrelevant. This is just me taking a wild guess. Uh, I should have been short from the high yesterday to ride this all the way down below that low, and it may take until Friday to get there, but I think it's going to be there by tomorrow evening. I think we'll at least fill that gap today. It's really not even that far away, technically. One second. I'm checking one thing to see if I can speed this up. Come on, baby. At least open. It's corrupted. Hmm. Hmm. So this is an MSI creation motherboard. I'm um, I'm building out one that's the bare minimum. Once I get these updates and at least some user guides out, I'm building one that's a mini ITX case that has a handle on it that you can stick into a carry-on bag and travel with. A lot of people get laptops because they have to travel so much, but a laptop just, cannot do what a desktop. Well, that's not necessarily true, but it's nicer to have a desktop. Well, they make them small enough now to where it's feasible to travel with it. And I've got one that I think is going to be just right. It'll be basically the Ryzen 3800X, an Asus really tiny motherboard that fits one graphics card. It's got some built-in graphics, so you could push technically 6 monitors if you wanted to. And yeah, all the peripherals. It would have, super fast Wi-Fi, gigabit LAN, gigabyte LAN, whatever, Ethernet port. Anyway, I think it's going to be the way to go. And it's a lot cheaper. I just uninstalled you. Yeah, sorry, that was me messing around, Frank. So, what I actually think it is, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. What I actually, dang. And I think Bo's been showing this too in the forum. We'll check that out in a moment once I get my act together here. Is that this is an A wave down? 1, 2, 3, 4, extended fifth, and then A could be a triangle B, and then C for a zigzag, and then we're looking for 5 waves down for C. Are we really? I guess I must have been answering an old question. You know, they should give me what I've been asking for as a paying customer of $150 a month for the past 5 years. That which I've been asking for about 4.5 years. And very simple to add. All they have to do is add back the green outline around the monitor that's being recorded. Somebody wrote in, bitching and moaning, that they didn't like the green border around the monitor that was being recorded, so they removed it. Well, for someone that has 10 monitors, it was essential. So we immediately asked them, hey, can you, rather than getting rid of a feature which goes over like a fart in church, why don't you add the option? You know, make it user definable. Yeah, good idea, good idea. Yeah, good idea. SDLC 101. So, nope, still haven't done it. Anyway, that's my little rant tirade for the day. But yeah, that would happen a heck of a lot less if I still had that green border. I was messing around with it this morning. I made all my monitors the size of one monitor and then divided the screen up. But basically, I've got to drag around a green border that's set to a certain scale to record it properly. So it's like to change screens, I have to grab this thing, this box, and then move it from screen to screen. And it's a total pain in the butt. Once I get this Vimeo situation worked out, it's going to be a lot easier. It's supposed to be. Better be. Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Rowe. Yes, sir. State of the art. Mm-hmm. I hear that from a lot of people. So who was it? Frank? Yeah. So I had called this potentially a wave one. Sorry, this is what I had before. I had 1, 2, 3, and then I had a potential triangle 4 out here. Okay, I know that that's not 4 because of this pattern up. I guess I can't safely say that I know that for a fact because it could be some kind of strange leading diagonal. But I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Yes, we'll be checking ES, 6E, and NASDAQ. So to answer Frank's question, that was me just kind of playing around with it, trying to figure out what it might be, and I should have done it in the other color. But this is really what I think it is here. Oh. And if it goes way down, then wave 3 could easily hit that 261.8 down here. And then that would be our big wave 1, ending diagonal, and wave 2. And then looking for the big, massive wave 3. So plenty of room to the downside. Yeah, this is what I had to do to kind of finagle it a little bit to get these highs to line up. But I mean, I did do that in real time. Just goes to show you that there is a little bit of nuance to it. Because that was some sort of like an announcement pop, there was a lot of volume out of nowhere. So, and it just ticked out that high, came back into these lows, that wick, that big, massive 30-minute candle, and then immediately rejected down in really strong X wave. And then we've just gone back and barely ticked that out twice on exactly what I want to see. That big churn bar right there. So I think we're in wave 1 of 3 down now. It's not it. Yeah. There you go. And there are your reasons for the lower highs. So at the bare minimum, you're looking at a 38. Oh, cool. Hogan, thank you. What does it do? When you guys send out a see, I was talking about looking for an ending diagonal here. Well, I think we got it. Um, this just happened to be wave one. I was wondering about that too, and I was like, nah, for this to make it all the way up to the target that I wanted, uh, wave one had to be up here. But let's see real quick, and then we'll go to ES. If that 1 and 5 are equal, then I'll be sold. Well, is it here? Yeah, I guess it's here. No, it's there. Anyway, whatever. It barely ticked it out, which is really all you needed to do. So, just shy of what I was looking for. Well, just shy of my butt. It's like 40 ticks. All right, let's go to the ES real fast. It's pretty cool. What does the UltraView desktop manager do for you? I'll bring it up here in a minute. I think one of my problems is the fact that I have I don't like my monitor refresh is way too fast. when it really doesn't need to be. And the CPU is not turboing up properly. Like it's supposed to be a minimum of 3.8, and I don't want any of the C states enabled. I don't want it to go to sleep or be, echo efficient or whatever. All green and fluffy and full of love and peace. I want it to work and annihilate everything else. Sorry, hippies. But you did kind of ruin the country, so shame on you. Whew. Do you see what I see? Sorry, I can normally sing much better than that. All right, well, we have another high here. This might be the one, actually. Yeah. It's a 2-minute chart. I don't like it. Don't like it. Nope. Doesn't really line up very well at all. Well, that's not true. All right, let me leave this one on here. So I'm expecting that it will break through both of these areas and then come on down to that median line after what looks like a reversal up and then one more push down. So I'd like to see it make it into right here after a good throw over of the areas. So you do have a long signal on the road 2 right now, but it's a bit out in space, if you will. Yeah, it's a good looking volume divergence ending on a, just making sure that I'm exporting these, ending on a extreme density, extreme churn bar because it's so extreme. Remember, somebody used to make fun of me for that. So extreme, bro. Is it an extreme climax or is it just an extreme extreme? Is it a mediocre extreme extreme or a full-fledged extreme extreme? So that's what I'm looking at right there when I say extreme density, extreme churn. That bar right there, that's the relative volume on the row bars. which is a mix between range. This is a minimum range of 3 ticks per bar, no maximum, which is the 0. And each bar is a minimum number of 1907 ticks with a maximum of 4 times that value, which value I'm thinking increasing to at least 5, but maybe 7 or 6. And then the last one is the seconds. 111 seconds. It's all sorts of fine algorithms and equations behind that. Took a whole lot of eyeballing. I'm just kidding. There was a little bit of a method to the madness, but it wasn't as methodical as some would have it be. This is where I really messed up on Sunday night, looking for that high. Cost me dearly. So remember how I was saying on Sunday night, the main thing against this this trade, my short, besides the fact that it's going straight up, but that's kind of the way a lot of C waves are, counter trend. The main thing against it was the fact that we had such huge volume at these lows, especially on the hourly and the half-hour chart. So this was really significant volume. And we really hadn't seen that back here yet. You saw it here at the first low. You saw a little bit here, not nearly as much as you saw in here. And then on the first higher low, which happened to be right there, that's when you got the really, really, really strong sign of demand coming in. And I was shorting right into that. So the odds were a bit against that trade working out, granted, for sure. But I still think there's one more low to be had. We'll see about that today. It looks to me like we may have one more high first. And then you know what? Expanded flat. Oh. Okay, so I've been reading it all wrong. We have to see that on the tick 2 chart. It's totally erratic stream, bro. Triple major extreme. Might need to have someone else name these signals and trades for me. I'm creative in the stuff that I want, but when it comes to making it palatable for other people, not my strong suit. And that was actually my attempt at making it easier to understand. Dag nabbit. Totally, dude. Totally. Pretty much. I think just by default. It's totally subconscious. Oh, man. Look at that. So we've got two median lines coming together right there, though. It's not at the bottom of any channel yet. But, man, you've got some beautiful volume. It's not huge, but it's quite likely the beginning of a volume divergence. And if we can just go back up a little bit higher, break that high before breaking the low, and then get some distance between this low and the subsequent low that's hopefully coming. Then we may see a good looking setup. To tell you the truth, I don't need either one of these. Actually, I really know that I would be early on that. What time is it? 10:13. Let's look at NASDAQ and see what position we're in there. Don't really know what to do about the count here because it would appear to be counting like the end of a corrective wave. So maybe I shouldn't be looking for a long after all. It's 161.8 of this move, so you see how this, from that low, and then we go up to the high, the subsequent low breaks the starting point of that. That would be an expanded flat, after which point you look for 5 waves up. So I'd say you technically have 5 waves up with a long drawn out wave 2 and then a very, very succinct, not succinct, just short-lived wave 4 triangle, maybe running triangle from here. Doesn't really make sense though. Totally ephemeral. I don't even know what that means. I used to. Ephemeral. It's like something transcendental or something, isn't it? Oh yeah. Yeah. earthly. Got a beginning and an end. Good word there, buddy. It could be a diagonal fifth, actually. If it were, the relationship between 2 and 4 are basically non-existent. So it's the only reason I'm considering going long one more time, besides the fact that I may just be wrong about this whole thing, and the next low could be the final low before we rip it to the upside, and I would surely love to be a part of that. You know what would be nice? A button that could just disable all of those numbers. Of course, you can do this, so I guess that's good enough. Fancy. I'll tell you, I used to come up with a lot more ideas. I came up with some really great ones last night, though. Seems like the happier I am, the more creative I am. What is that? Happy wife equals happy life? Yeah, well. Oh, well. Miss Ava, I think it is. But I think it's that of the third wave. So, and I'm just, you know, I can't really call it one way or the other. You would have to say that this is a leading diagonal of a wave 1 up, but you don't really need to, because this is a very, very fast chart. It doesn't really matter if it doesn't count perfectly on a really fast chart. But I would have to say the B wave is clearly a zigzag, but it also looks like 5 waves down to complete the entire move down. But yeah, it's just a beautiful B wave. It's so perfect. I'm glad Bo got that one so well. And then I think we'll have 4 down there, and then 5 will go up. Hopefully about equal to wave 1. Let's see. 30-minute. Okay. Yeah, I had it totally wrong. But I mean, that's whatever. Get used to it. I can remember people getting so upset. Trial the trading room for one day and you only took 2 trades today and they were both losers. What kind of shenaniganery is this? I was like, well, whatever do you mean? Well, I mean, 2 trades in a day and they're both losers. You obviously don't know what you're doing. I was like, well, sir, uh, can you explain to me the way that it should be? Well, yeah, I've been in trading rooms where they're taking between 10 and 20 trades a day in one market. And I'll respond back, well, have you thought about the statistical significance of that? Let's say that they're trading during the day session and there are about 390 1-minute bars. And they're taking about 20 to 30 trades a day. What do you think the likelihood is that they actually have an edge that will make money consistently over time? Just based on the number of bars, 1-minute bars, which are, you know, you're getting pretty random at that point. More and more random, especially in the volume. Uh, it's like, I mean, that's why we're just gonna have to make people take a primer before they join. I know that sounds gimmicky because many other people have that sort of a course. Apply today, and if you pass all the requisites, then we'll let you join our elite, awesome mastermind group, and you'll be making millions in no time. Well, we're actually going to make it to where you do have to pass it. Because otherwise, I mean, statistics is not easy, huh? And it all depends on the teacher that you have. I took statistics, 3 levels of it, 4. And business statistics. Ugh. But then we had to go into calculus and stupid stuff that I'll never use ever. But all depended on the teacher that you had. If they couldn't explain it, which was kind of like me on Sunday, to be honest with you, I didn't spend nearly enough time with that spreadsheet before I started talking about it. Yeah, if they're just not a good teacher, then it's not going to absorb well. But it doesn't have to be difficult. It doesn't have to be. It's really just some basic rudimentary concepts that you need to understand. And that is, how do I save my money? How do I keep from blowing my account? And then eventually, how can I make more ticks per trade on average? And then eventually, how can I know the likelihood or probability of one trade working out more or less than another? And how do I define that? That's the tough one. It's where the modeling comes in. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not the greatest modeler, but that's one of the things that we're going to get into, because that's really how you improve um, your own trading stats. And you can even trade your own stats as if you had moving averages on your growth curve. And once it goes below, you get a crossover of some moving average or something, then you stop it until it, and then you trade it in sim, and then it breaks back through it, and then you start trading it again. Like Kevin Davies guy, or Kevin Davey, he's talked about how that's one approach that he's used to win one of those competitions, one of those trading competitions. Okay, Ari, I didn't see you there, buddy. You have a good one. You're probably already gone. Lyme disease, man. Oh, don't take the medicine they give you for that. I had it. I also had mono when I was a kid. Kissed the wrong girl. 15, 16 years old. Just gave her a little kiss. 10 minutes later, she was out there kissing somebody else. I was like, well, that's not who I thought she was. And then I was sick in bed for like 3 weeks. Could barely move. I wanted to give her a good piece of my mind, but I couldn't get up the strength to call her. And the fact is, I was living at my greenhouses during that time. Yeah, living in a shed on 34 acres or whatever it was, and 12 massive greenhouses. Last ditch effort to make it work. And yeah, didn't work. The point of this room is for me to tell stories. Mostly. Secondarily, attempt to find trades and show you how this stuff works. To be honest with you, Richard, I'm joking around. You know that. I've spoken to you. I'm thoroughly exhausted today, mentally, physically, emotionally. It's not how it would normally be, for sure. the point is to show all of this in action, and for you to have the update by now, and follow along and be able to ask questions and things of that nature. But that's, please, did you take a trade? No, I have not taken a trade yet. Mm-mm. No trade yet. So I figure we're probably going to do this for 2 days a week with the analysis live. I'm not going to commit to that for, forever, but until we get it firmly established and it's, working like a well-oiled machine. I feel like this is necessary for the time being. I launched it a little bit before we knew what to expect with more and more people. And, throw COVID in there. It's been brilliant. I don't know, man. It just seems a little bit like a Stephen King movie or something we're living in. I was going to say Alfred Hitchcock, but that's not even close. Twilight Zone, I guess. Yeah, the point of this is for you to be able to ask questions and for me to kind of show you how all of this works together. Something's going on here with this profile. IZ, how does it work? Please, how does it work? Yeah. Well, that's just it. If I knew, I'd tell you. I really have no earthly idea. I just design stuff, bro. I just work here. No, I'm kidding. I've actually got a virtual machine up and running. Man, I thought I would never figure out how to get this thing back from a failed hard drive, but I thankfully did. Let's do this. Let me go to the Euro real fast because we've had a beautiful, beautiful long, that set up last, what was it, 2 Sundays ago? Sunday before last, it set up right in front of us. I think it was that Monday, actually. And there goes crude. So this is the short. When you ask me, have I gotten into a trade yet? This is the one that I should have gotten into. I didn't do it. I had the alert go off and everything. And I was looking at the tick chart and then the 5-minute and the tick chart and the 5-minute. The 5-minute suggested higher prices. The 5-minute suggested 41.20 right there. Tick chart suggested that, well, it could be done right here, but it could also be done at another slightly higher high. And all it needed to do was tick out that high, and that's what it did right at the close. And I'm pretty sure I took a screenshot of that. I'm quite positive, actually. Here's Bo's analysis. We'll go over that together here in a moment. Just getting so good at that. He likes those shifts. I never have really gotten into those. Yeah, so this is what I was showing, but I was connecting to that extreme price. Okay. On every other chart, I connected to the high before that, or the highest closing price, or the subsequent high. Either one of those line up perfectly with just a slightly higher high, which was right there. And no, I reckon I didn't actually. Oh, there it is. Yep. I want to say I labeled this a triangle, though. Yeah, right there. Mm-hmm. So that was the short. It just happened to be at 1:38 p.m. yesterday. Well, why don't you jump into it? Well, why don't you jump in front of a bus? I don't do risky things. At least I try not to. You would like to resubscribe to this trading room. John, you've probably been with us the longest as well. You're definitely in the first 100, I'd say. Only 3 years. Whatever. We'll throw you in the first 100. You deserve it, for sure. The fact of the matter is, let me take a break because I'm supposed to get up and walk around every hour, or else. And that's not just me, but well, I don't know if she even cares anymore. But the doctor says I need to get up and walk around every hour, at least. So let me take a break for a minute. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I'll tell you exactly what's going on with the situation and why things are progressing the way that they are, why we're kind of a bit sporadic, and what this new analysis live thing is all about. It's really not that new. It's just new to the public. So, which screen am I on, in fact? No, it doesn't automatically do Elliott wave. I know Motive Wave attempts that. I imagine they've gotten better at it, but it's not really something. It's something that you could start with automatically. The problem is the nomenclature would never be right. Not that that's essential to using it properly, but you've always got to kind of readjust. It's one of the pattern recognition is one of the most difficult things to program. That's why I think it's one of the reasons why they're wanting everyone to wear masks, so they can really take their AI to the next level with facial recognition and all such as that. I mean, because they're proven to be very effective at nothing. They're good in construction zones, though. I tell you, they filter out fiberglass quite well. All right, I'll be right back. It would be nice if I had that mute button off. Okay. Let me say all of that again. So, in case you haven't noticed this morning, I am a bit faded. I am completely worn out in every sense of the phrase or word. I'm kind of struggling today a little bit, to be quite frank with you, but I'm gonna go as long as it takes to get through all 4 markets that we're offering in this service, Analysis Live, where my analysis and Bo's analysis goes directly to your charts. So bear with me one moment here. Oh, let's see. Reinstall VirtualBox to fix it. Lovely. Okay. John, there's probably a few other guys in your same boat that when we launched Analysis Live, it was a very poor time for many people. For one thing, we were still kind of in the midst of this whole COVID, whatever it is, and family members, getting sick and having to deal with, take care of them, and all that entails, taking time off work or flat out being forced to take time off work indefinitely. Kind of a bad time for a lot of people. So if you've been with us for any length of time, you've owned the toolbar or the master suite, we can definitely work something out with you. So just call me or write into support@tradetheplan.com, and we can definitely work something out and give you some time in there to get acquainted with it, see if it's going to work for you, and do all that without having to charge you anything. So, and there's many guys that were signed up for the trading room that are still getting it without having to pay, because I had, this whole COVID thing kind of threw me for a loop. I don't know if anyone else can relate to that or not, but it's a bit disconcerting, isn't it? How the Constitution has just been burnt away. and laws can be made by fiat by people that aren't lawmakers. It was a little bit depressing, but thankfully I kind of talked my way through it, and doesn't bother me nearly as much. I mean, why worry about things you have no control over? But it's just it. We're supposed to have at least some control over it, aren't we, in this country? You're gonna tell me I can't go to church in the United States of America? Stuff like that's a little bit over the top, I'd say. Oh, but it's not for you, it's for everyone else. So, off topic, back on track, back on track. All right. So it may take me a little while to get through this, and it may not be as succinct as I'd like for it to be, but essentially I'm going to go until I get through all of these markets and get a good head start for tomorrow. And after that, I'll just continue going until you guys start kind of dropping off, and carrying on with the rest of your days, and you no longer have any questions that I can answer. So I do have a couple of good questions right now, though. One is from Mr. Michael about the row 1 and the row 2, which I'll answer those. It'll just kind of happen as I explain how all of this works together. But number 1, is this Motive Wave? It's not Motive Wave. We use NinjaTrader, ninjatrader.com. It's built on C#. Motive Wave, if I'm not mistaken, is built on Java. And I don't know how they managed to make such a beautiful platform with JavaScript, but they did. And if there's one platform that I could move to now, it would be that one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, right, exactly. Scientists. Brilliant. I thought scientists looked at data and drew hypotheses. I didn't realize they were prognosticators based on factless assumptions. And now that the data is in, they just simply ignore it. Deaths per million per country. It's a pretty telling statistic. But, let's just listen to a bunch of weirdos in white coats and just lock the whole world down next time. Let's do that. Worked gloriously this past time. Let's do that again. That'll be good fun. Fucking idiots. Excuse me. It goes to show you that there's clearly some kind of agenda. I mean, I don't see how so many governing bodies can work in unison. Or let's say men at the helm of those governing bodies. All right. I wish we had Motive Wave, some of the functionality that's built into Motive Wave, built into NinjaTrader, but that's kind of what we're doing. One of the platforms I used to use that I love so much, and just haven't used in so long, it would be totally foreign to me, was Robert Miner's Dynamic Trader, I think. He had a lot of wonderful drawing tools. Motive Wave is a good piece of software, huh? I like it a lot. I like it a lot, but it can't do all of the things that we can do in NinjaTrader. And if you want, they do have an SDK kit for writing your own stuff, but if you wanted, you wanted to put it on their platform and uh, provide it to your team, your members, you would have to go through them, and they would have to kind of build it out for you. I know a couple of guys that have gone that route back when Ninja 8 first came out and was so buggy. It just about wiped out half of their ecosystem. I know it shows that there's about 460 or whatever NinjaTrader quote unquote partners, but if you go to their websites, you'll see that there's really only about 200 of those left. And half of it was moving over to Ninja 8. Totally different code base. It's updated. So we're now using, I'm not going to get into the details of it, but coding single threaded, single core stuff in T7, quite a bit different than coding for NT8, multi-threading, asynchronous. You've got, data thread, UI thread, can't access both of them at the same time, or else you deadlock. So many caveats and just crazy stuff. But once you've learned it, well, you've got it. It's just a matter of now finding anyone that can do it. And that's where a lot of guys just kind of fizzled out. Number one, they couldn't afford the cost of moving over. Number two, they couldn't find anyone that actually could move them over. So here we are. Finally arrived. NT8, fully done. I won't say fully done because there are a couple of things that we want to kind of finish up before the end of the year. But we've got a directive and a plan for 2021, and that is to make everything much more precise and specific to the different types of traders. What I've done with these workspaces is attempt to accommodate day traders, swing traders, and whatever else you might call it in between. Scalping, I hope not, if it's by my definition. I hope you're not into that. I know everybody kind of starts off wanting to be because it seems so easy, but it is the hardest way to make money. I would say swing trading is the easiest, but still not easy. So, yeah, that's what I've attempted to do with everything that I've built. Accommodate Forex, stocks, future, swing, position trading, day trading, such that you can get out by the close. And now with the advent of these micro futures contracts, where they're literally a tenth of the cost, thereby a tenth of the risk, those of us that are trading small accounts can now find swing trading feasible, doable. And we can actually begin to position size properly, which is going to be key for everyone moving forward, and kind of segues into what it is that we'll be doing in 2021 with our attempt at teaching people, traders, the right way to approach the markets without all of this hocus pocus $1,000, to 1.5 million in less than 18 months. Nonsense. Just come study with me and earn while you learn. You ever heard that one? Earn while you learn. That's a damn lie if I ever heard one. So you learn, right? And then I'm talking about in the real world. You learn and you learn and you learn, and then you learn how to learn mostly. And then you specialize in the field that you're going to work, in which you're going to work. And oftentimes you get a what? An internship. And then you learn a little bit more about how you're going to learn. So that's kind of what we're going to do, provide that internship type scenario where I think we're going to try to gamify it to some extent, make it a bit of a competition, whether anonymously or if you care to put your name out there and lay it on the line like I do every day. Best way to learn. Best way to learn. It really makes you, it gives you that extra motivation to hone your craft and to hone that edge, which is a very difficult thing to do. So, to no trades yet today. I haven't taken a trade today. You'll find that I may take 3 trades one day, and I may take no trades for 2 days in a row. The trade that I should have been in was right there. That was the wave 2 high. So this is wave 1 down, or A at the very minimum. And that is a long and drawn out double 3 correction, which is painful, quite painful. I almost shorted it yesterday when it came up and hit my area on the tick chart. And then looking at my 5-minute, I said, well, it's almost there. It's almost there. So this is where I was going to enter the first 2 contracts. And I said, no, let me wait. It's after the close. Crude closes at 1:30, huh? The RTH, my time, Central time, 2:30 in the New York time zone, in New York City. And then ETH, of course, closes when the rest of them close. So I was thinking, well, probably going to go a little bit higher. It just may take some time. And then I waited for what never occurred. So I could have gotten back in at 4 in the morning at that lower high, but not a great idea. Anyway, back to John's question. So John said, well, how can I actually subscribe? Okay. The thing of the matter is, well, the thing that is the matter currently is I have evidently hired a web developer I thought was an agency. I thought he had a team of developers, graphic design artists, he was an Infusionsoft expert, which is the CRM that we use. Really, really sold himself quite well, and then has commenced to do jack nothing. One second. Give me 1 minute. We've had it's been a bit of a crazy year, I imagine, for a lot of you guys, huh? Uh, you know, the guy that had been doing all of the back end work, um, Corey, a lot of the email, uh, taking care of orders, and making sure everybody's getting taken care of, which is really what Cedric does on a daily basis. And now Cedric is kind of taken over Corey's job. Well, he's no longer with us, Corey. So finding someone to fill that role, I thought, well, let's just finally hire a professional and get it all done all at once. Well, that was about 4 months ago. Uh, Long story short, I need to be getting a refund one way or another. And that's exactly what I'll be doing. But anyhow, everything that I've asked and Cedric has asked to be done is just about to be done. It's almost ready. Guy's working on it. Well, there is no guy. And if there is, he's either been sick or on vacation or I don't know what. But long story short, the website does still not reflect what we have available. And, that's kind of a key thing when you're doing a sale and a launch and introducing new technology. You kind of want your website and sales pages to reflect that which you're selling. Well, unfortunately, it's not quite the case at the moment, but it will be soon. So the main suite that you'll want in order to learn all of this thoroughly and actually be able to keep up with what it is I'm talking about during these sessions that we'll have. I'm only going to keep them open to the public for today and tomorrow, maybe a day or two next week. I'm not sure. I'll have to play that by ear, but probably the week before Black Friday as well, something like that. Some kind of 3 or 4 days open house again type deal. But the way that we've designed it, knowing that that initial outlay for the full master suite is a bit much for people to justify, especially to their wives. And this just does not do the best job describing what it is that we have here. Not at all, but this is what we're going to be going over during the webinar on Thursday, or I'm thinking we're going to do it on Friday. Well, let me ask you guys a question. Would you be able to make a webinar, because I know many of you are in Europe, would you be able to make a webinar at the close of the market Friday, or that's 3:15 my time, or would you rather it be at, say, 1 p.m. Saturday? Who would prefer what? If I could just get maybe 10 responses. Mr. Peter saying Friday at the close. I got either one on Saturday, one on Saturday, one on Saturday. Mr. Francis would prefer Friday. But you're in Great Britain, aren't you, Mr. Francis? You don't mind staying up late? Okay. Well, I tell you what, we'll send out a proper survey uh, this afternoon. But you're busy Saturday. Okay. Well, you've had the master suite for a while. This is essentially going to be, um, well, I mean, on the Sabbath, would you, would that necessarily be work watching a sales webinar? I guess it could be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, if it's not work, maybe it could work. Would you classify that as work? I guess so, because it has to do with what you would be working on. So therefore, yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I didn't think of it like that, but yeah, you're right. Okay. Okay. Um, Nonetheless, we're going to try to gather some information, not just about timing, but a number of other things. So we'll put together um, a proper survey today and tomorrow. We'll send it out tomorrow and then try to gather some feedback by Thursday on not just Analysis Live and the timing of the webinar and yada, 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 but just everything in general. I know what the answers will be to a couple of questions, but hopefully those will have been addressed by the time you've received the survey. So, all right, yeah, education. That's the key. Exactly. So, uh, the thing that you'll want for sure will be the master suite. But again, maybe it's too much for that initial outlay of what would be with 25% off. I mean, we don't usually do, most we do is 20 compared to other people that sell garbage for 10 grand. Considering the fact that I spend every single dollar I make on the salaries of my team, our team, and not myself, I think it's pretty good value for what we deliver, aside from the most recent updates for which we've not completed all the PDFs and video coursework. Okay, and I've been saying that it's coming, it's coming. I wanted to get to a point where I had everything completely finished before I made videos that would then have to be remade all over again. The way that these, sorry guys, I'm a little bit slow today. The way that these help guides software, the software for which I can create help guides work is on a concept by concept basis, such that if one changes, I simply swap it out. Okay, so that's going to be really key moving forward. And then I also have some tools for turning basically a series of screenshots into narrated videos in a step-by-step fashion. It's going to make cranking this stuff out very, very quick. The problem for me has always been structuring it and writing it out beforehand, because if I don't, they end up being 2 and 3 hour sessions. So thankfully, we now have some guys that are helping with that and helping to get everything as succinct and use, you know, a good writer uses the fewest number of words to get the point across, doesn't he? That's what's so awesome about reading like Moby Dick or just some of those old classics. They can say more, or poetry, for instance, say more in 10 words than I could ever say in 100 sentences. So having that structure is going to make cranking this stuff out so much easier. And I know I've been saying that for a while, but now that I actually have some help, men that are quite intelligent and well versed at all of this trading and risk management and uh, in specific, I think it's going to go quite smooth. So all of that said, you don't necessarily have to have the master suite, although it is for sure the best option. So this is the sales page for the master suite. Now it's not the proper sales page. Let me just find that real quick because it's evidently taken down. Just bear with me here. I know you guys are starting to drop off because of the nonsense, but bear with me. It's going to be worth it as we move into the euro here in a moment and I start to explain exactly what's happening. So the code that you'll use to get the 25% off of anything is TTP 2020. That equals the coupon code to gain 25% off. Not 205%. Goodness gracious, I'll owe you money then. All right. And you can access the sales page for the master suite here. But again, you don't have to have the master suite. It's for sure the best deal considering all that you get. And with 2 months free and analysis live, maybe by the end of that 2 months, you've learned it well enough to where you don't need it. Personally, if I had something like this available to me where I could wake up and most of the analysis was already done, talking about stuff that I used to do manually using the actual trend channel and pitchfork. Well, we didn't use pitchforks at that firm in Ecuador, but trend channels, trend lines, very, very inefficient way to do it. It's the most inefficient way you could possibly do it. So the tools that we've developed make that so much easier. Now, let me just find this real quick, and then we'll move along. Because we do have a proper sales page with so much more content on it. That should have stayed the main sales page for the master suite, or at least the toolbar. Pages. When was that? July? This is absurd. If any of you guys know a good firm that does create websites, WordPress in particular, please let me know. So this is essentially, well, let me just make it private, but accessible to you, which means, well, let's make it public, whatever. So this will give you a little bit more detail. Now I know this is hodgepodge, it's Mickey Mouse, but this was the sales page that we used last year. And my goodness, it's come a long way since December of 2019. But that's the link to that page, which is here. Okay, this gives you a little bit more ideas to you know, what you get with the master suite as far as the tools. It doesn't go into great detail about those tools, but you can find more information on each and every one of those just via this drop down. And of course, via the YouTube channel that we have. So the other one that I'm looking for, which I will find here in un momento, is really what the rest of the site should be looking like pretty soon. It's 2019. Aha, there you are. Yep, here we go. All right, so this is just on the toolbar and Analysis Live, because that's the way that we wanted to launch it, giving you the option to upgrade to the Master Suite. And if you want to do that at a later date, you know, you can do that too. You don't necessarily have to have Bloodhound and Blackbird. 2021, although it will be a new product. I mean, it's going to be quite the undertaking to build out everything that we've done inside of Bloodhound and Blackbird in an actual indicator that can read all of those signals that I'm doing from all of the different charts within those Bloodhound templates in an indicator form. um, it's unfortunately not going to be something I can just throw in for all the Master Suite guys as much as I'd love to. Uh, it's going to take a lot of effort. I'm going to have to be writing tons and tons of specifications. It's probably just going to take me, well, a solid 3 months of 8 hours a day writing and thinking on how to do it, and then another 6 months to build it out. Hopefully not that long, but it's going to be quite a bit of work. But that will be no more for sure than what it would cost to buy Bloodhound and Blackbird. In fact, whatever it's going to cost, it will go to you guys that already own the Master Suite for half of that, just like we did with the replicator, the reader. We let you guys upgrade to the ultimate for what, like $2.99? So we'll have something to that effect, around 50% off. So this is a better page, sales page, on the actual toolbar and everything you get with it, which does explain to some extent Analysis Live, but not in any great detail. So what I want to do now is do that for you and then show you how all of these pieces work together. Just tell me that you can access those pages and they show up for you. If somebody could do that for me. And then hopefully we'll find some trades before we shut it down today. Being as I'm watching 4 markets, I imagine we'll have some before the close. They do? All of them? Okay, good. Thank you, Howard. Okay. And again, the code for that discount is here. Now, unfortunately, we don't have, if you were to buy just the toolbar via this link, it will give you a 2-week free trial of Analysis Live beginning the day that you purchase. And I'm finally happy to say that I'll be doing this every day moving forward, 5 days a week together with Bo, and I'll show you kind of what that looks like, how the forum works, and then how it's going to look on your charts. And that's what we will be going into great detail about on Friday or Saturday, probably Friday. All right. So I must repair this virtual machine, evidently. And then as I start to export these various markets, you'll see exactly how this is going to work on your end. Let me show you what I'm doing. No question. I don't know if I understand the question. It's not a question, but it's only for NinjaTrader platform right now. No, it doesn't work on MotiveWave just yet. That will be the next platform that we move to, though. Or let's say that'll be the first platform that we move to. Yeah, and if it wouldn't be any extra cost to you once we did that. I'm quite sure the toolbar will not work the same way. We will certainly be able to get the divergence. We'll be able to get the divergence and the volume analyst working in there with some help from a JavaScript coder, but the toolbar will be very, very interesting. You were working for me about 2 hours ago, buddy. What's wrong with you now? Make sure the kernel. Driver is probably stuck stopping and starting. Okay, well, that sounds just like it makes perfect sense. I may have to restart. If I do, then we may as well just go over all the rest of this tomorrow. I'm not going to make you guys wait through all that. Let me try doing this one thing, and then we'll move on. I don't want to waste any more of your time than I already have. Sound good? V-Box here. Okay. Well, let me think for a second. Hardening V-Box. Oh, I know what you are. Not sure how this can reset. Crude has made 5 waves down, huh? That could be coming up on a low, but it's 5 waves down of 3. So I think we're going to have a pretty good short in about 20 minutes. 20 to 30 or 40. Hmm. Yeah, something reset in the BIOS. I don't have virtualization turned on. That's what happened. This is a really cool deal, by the way. It's free, huh? So we'll have a session about this one day. I'm going to make a version that has a very interesting version of Windows. I'm not sure if you guys know about this, but there's a version of Windows out there. It's a Spanish project in Spain, and they've been working on building out Windows 10 without all of the spyware that Microsoft includes via Cortana, Pictures, Mail, all of those little, what do they call them? WMA apps or no, UWP apps. Yeah, it's all spyware. So what these guys have done is they've made a slimmed down version. Yeah, it's not going to work. Okay. Give it one more shot. Let's see if I can force it to work. Come on, baby. Nah. This would be me showing you exactly what it would look like on your end as I export. But unfortunately, we'll just have to save that for tomorrow, which is not that big of a deal. But tomorrow is going to be much, much more succinct and planned out, thought out, and I'll be rested. And so they have a version of Windows 10 that I'm going to make a virtual machine with. It's free, by the way. And you can download this. I know a lot of people that have tested it, verified it, and it is a completely stripped down, slimmed down version of Windows 10 without all the extra Microsoft stuff. And the only problem is that without all that stuff, it doesn't recognize your computer as being connected to the internet. Okay. Plus, it's quote unquote illegal. So they made it as such so that you could then take the next step, which is to apply your own Windows 10 license. I think they're starting with last the last September update. I want to say it's 1909. And then you, with about a 3-hour process, which I'm going to do for you. Well, I'm going to have this kid do it. You can make an updated version that will take that will take your license key for your Windows 10 Pro, but not add all the other extra apps to it, so that it will actually register as a licensed Windows 10 version, but not have all of the telemetry stuff. So telemetry means taking your data, stealing your data rather, and sending it back to Utah or wherever in those gigantic data farms, server farms that they have. I don't know about you, but I'd rather not participate in all of that. So that's the way I'm going to build my next virtual machine, and then I'm going to make it what's called deployable, and I'll have a slimmed down version of it with Ninja installed, Open Office, stupid stuff like that, Firefox, anything that doesn't track, and then you can take it from there. And all you have to do is install the free version of VirtualBox, which is from Oracle, which is what you saw me just try to open up here. Totally free. And you'll have yourself a virtual machine that you can do everything other than what you have your trading machine for. So for your trading rig, a lot of people don't want to put Zoom on there for good reason. They don't want to put, Chrome or anything. Eventually, we're going to make our own version of Linux if this kid is as good as I think he is, and we'll have Ninja running on that. But before then, so that you can use your trading rig for other things, you can install a virtual machine, install anything you want on there, and it's totally independent from your main machine, which is something that is necessary for me to have for testing and doing demos like I was about to do, stuff like that. But wouldn't that be nice for all of you to have one ready-made? And that's actually a promise I can keep. Because it's not going to be too difficult, and I won't be the one making it. All right, I'm just seeing if this is not already setting up for a tiny little short on the 2-minute. So the way that this works, and this is to answer Mr. Mike's question. Mr. Michael, are you still here? Okay, good. Okay. So think of the system as being divided up into 3 parts. All right, we have number 1, identifying the trend essentially on every minute chart that we have. And because I'm adapting these workspaces to work for both swing trading and day trading, I have everything from a 2-minute all the way up to a weekly chart. Okay. So before I did have these OTF Bloodhound templates. OTF means operative time frame. I had these all the way up to the hourly chart. Okay, now I have them on the 138-minute as well. And that's as far as I'm going to take it for now. Once we have all this built out into an indicator, this here, are you guys familiar with MT Predictor? You heard of that one? It looks for ABC corrective patterns. So that's what this is doing. It's looking for ABC corrections. So once price takes out this little high right here, that is potentially an ABC, isn't it? Because we have A, possibly, and then B, and then maybe that's a little C. So once we break that, you'll see this turn red on the 2-minute chart. I'm just waiting for it to happen here. Surely my data is not still lagging, is it? I had way too many workspaces open before. Oh, it's even a churn bar. Got a little high volume node here, which is in line with that trend line. So this is going to be a potential short on the 2-minute chart. The only problem is you don't have an area sloping against the trade. So see, now that you've broken that high, it no longer shows that line, and you have the potential short. So this is all this is doing is identifying potential corrections within a trend on each and every minute chart. Okay. And, you know, I'm not trying to replicate anyone's stuff. That's what everyone else seems to do. But I mean, we have to have a starting point, don't we? And it seems to me that all of the best ideas have already been written down back in the early 20s to 50s, before we ever even had computers. It's just amazing the level of brilliance that people had, and now with more access to information, we're as dumb as ever. It's incredible to me as a whole, you know. People used to actually read for fun. Hey. All right, so this is a potential short on the 2-minute chart. Now, the thing that I require next is what? What's the main thing that we're in here for? Market geometry. Market geometry. What is that? It's a bunch of lines all over the place. It's crazy. Well, these lines all over the place are somehow what the market, the patterns that the markets trace out. They trace out geometric patterns. I would say it's because there's order behind everything that is, and I think this shows that. Maybe it's because there are people that, the big boys. Well, just to give you for example, you guys know about the Freemasons, right? Uh, what was the guy's name that helped Solomon build the temple? I can't think of his name, but that's who they call the head or the very first Freemason. It's that guy. Well, they try to say it was Pythagoras, but whatever. Pythagoras was actually after him anyway. So yeah, there's your short, but we didn't have the hit of the top of the channel. You just had the hit of the midline. I'm going to show you why in a moment. It's most likely because of the tick one. But back to these Masons, they have, and a lot of secret societies have this, huh? You've heard of sacred geometry. They have a very particular fascination with geometry. Have you seen a lot of the old ruins from before the flood where the way that they built these massive megalithic structures was to almost cut them or melt them into place? It's almost like they could form stone, and they put them together in jagged, not perfect squares and rectangles like we do, but various different trapezoidal, hexagonal, weird looking shapes. Can't think of the name of that strange trapezoidal looking shape, but anyhow, each one is unique, right? Bezalel, I think, was the name of the spirit that he controlled. Yeah. The guy's name was starts with an H. Anyway, you could look it up in Google. Who's the founder of or who do the Masons call their founder? Anyhow, they have a funny fascination with geometry. They love it. And I remember one coming and visiting me when I was getting into that before I knew what give me more light meant, because I was studying sacred geometry and I was studying the markets, the square of nine, mathematics, all of these ancient tools that allowed for these extraordinarily difficult calculations, just using these spirals of numbers, starting with one and working yes, big time Christian, Bible believing Christian, and working my way around, or sorry, the numbers working their way around, in a spiral, and then being able to do all sorts of mathematics based on degrees and the angle between the numbers, and it's just very, very interesting. I'll have to show you a picture of some of the tools that I have from a couple thousand years ago. And I've also got a lot of charts from the late 1800s where people were drawing 45-degree angles, 33-degree angles, trend lines and channels on handwritten charts. So these bigwigs, they fooled everyone into thinking that the heliocentric astronomy, the cycles, is what it was all about. Remember that statement by J.P. Morgan? Well, the truth of the matter is they use that which was clearly defined by the Egyptian guy. What was his name? I can't believe it's on the tip of my... Yeah, Hiram Abiff is his name. There you go, BG. Hiram Abiff. Yep. Ptolemy. So they actually use the cycles based on the Ptolemaic system. You'll never... Well, I could show you some places where you might read that or hear that, but no, they would have you believe that the heliocentric model is what they use. They don't use that for their cycle analysis. They actually use what Ptolemy used, the Egyptian. So anyhow, concentric circles. I'm getting way off on a tangent here, but this is me just trying to make sense of why it is the markets move according to geometric shapes. And either it's just by design, it's just baked into, you know, growth spirals, decay spirals, the way that things develop in nature. Any living organism develops fractals within itself, within the vein structure of leaves, within the vein structure of animals. And it's just all quite fascinating stuff. So if I compare this now, and this is why we must use both tick and minute charts. If I compare this now to the tick 1, which is her. Come on, baby. Why is it doing me like that? Where art thou? Right in front of my face. It's time for a little adjustment. If I compare this now to the tick 1, we'll see how close we are. Are we any closer at all, or are they lining up identically? They're not identical. Okay, this happens to be the highest high, right? As does this. So that's at 38. It's right on 39. It's going to be interesting. Okay, so now we have our signal in the market geometry. Well, that's interesting. If that's doing what I think it's doing. No, it's not. Thank goodness. Okay. I was thinking maybe it was because of me connecting it to it, but no, it's not. Because it shouldn't be allowed. You're not supposed to get signals from these lines until a minimum of 4 to 6 bars after they've been drawn. And that's all user definable within these templates. So I'll show you the details on the ES. All right, so we've got 2 minute on the right, tick chart on the left. What am I looking for now? I'm looking for my downsloping area on the 2 minute chart, and I have multiple areas to choose from, don't I? This is the low before that final high, but if it's a triangle, like I had drawn it to be on which chart? Which chart was that I drew that triangle on? It was the tick 2. If it's the triangle, like I have here, then that right there is the low before the high. And let me do it with the median line. So I'm thinking we're going to get a deeper retracement. And wouldn't that be nice to make it right back to the underside of that low? Look at the huge amount of volume that came in there. If we make it to the underside of that, do you think support will become resistance? I'd say we have a pretty good chance of it. It's not a for certain, nothing is, but I'd say we've got a pretty good chance. I mean, just look at the market structure here. You've got multiple lows at that price. We finally broken down through it. Your BG saying he's man or woman? Yes, you do have to manually. That's what I'm doing here. I'm drawing them manually, and then I'm exporting them. So when I export, that's why I wanted to show you via that virtual machine. Every time I export it, within 4 seconds, they then show up on your charts. What shall I call you? Miss B? Miss BG? How about Miss BG's? I love the Bee Gees. I was about to start singing, but you don't want that. So I just, believe me, that's why we're trying to get away from the trading room so I can not have to speak. Yes, sir. You got to leave? Oh, I just threw that in there, man. We were talking about, you know, what if we have more analysts and yada, yada, yada. So Bo would have a B. I'm not going to have DR. I'm just going to have a D. I thought about D though, and I was thinking, well, people are going to think demand or something. And then Bo, people are going to think buy. But, you know, once you watch the video that's yet to be made, it'll make sense. But yeah, just as a way so that we can kind of signify that which is ours, what's mine and what's Bo's and anyone else's. Another thing that we'll have after this release. Ah, do you have to leave right this second, or can I finish? How much time do you have, Mr. Mike? Do you have 10 minutes? Daniel Rowe. Yeah, DR is Daniel Rowe. It's me. My initials. Because Bo and I are both exporting, um, you know, unless we use different colors, which we will do for the market geometry and everything, it's a little bit difficult to tell precisely who is drawing what, you know. Oh, excuse me. I thought I had it muted in time. That was gross. Forgive me, please. All right. So we've talked about determining the operative time frame. So this is the smallest trade that I would take, other than on the ES and NASDAQ, which I've yet to get to, but I will get to once I stop talking. We have a 1 minute chart, but it's a 1 minute RTH, regular trading hours chart. Okay. So once we have determined what the operative time frame is for the trade, you know, what minute chart is giving us the potential short signal or long signal, and that's all they are. They're just marking when you may or may not have enough rules that would meet the rules for a corrective wave within a trend. Not necessarily an ABC, but any type of correction. Okay, so here's where I think we're heading right here. All right, so once you've determined all that, again, and you then have the market geometry, and just to finish my thought here, every time I hit that button and you see this little pop-up window, that screenshot is immediately posted here, and at the same time it's posted here, it shows up on your chart. Doesn't necessarily show up on your chart. You can make it throw a pop-up. You can make it throw an alert. You can make it throw a pop-up and an alert. See, there's the alert. I could also make that, if I clicked import and focus and it were on a different workspace, it would flip to that workspace and show me that imported chart. And it's probably about the coolest thing that's ever hit this industry. And I've just not done the best at unveiling it, you know. This could have been a launch of a lifetime, but we've been working on it for years, and people have been beta testing it for about 2.5, 3 years almost. And, you know, it's just one of those things. Timing is everything, and COVID just kind of threw a wrench in all that, didn't it, for a lot of people. So this is the one that's coming, I pray, today. I know you keep hearing that, but you can make it mirror mine, or you can make it add to your own, which is to say merge. And then if you delete some of the ones that I've exported and you've imported, and you delete mine, and you don't want them to come back, you can set it to skip deleted global or per chart. And that's if you've got two of the same chart on two different workspaces. That'll all make sense in time, but you can also disable alerts for different analysts. You can disable or enable alerts globally here. There's so much to go over with this thing. It's just incredible. All right, to carry on, we have operative time frame being now still the 2-minute chart. It's pretty much set up there. What's missing? What is missing? Number one, we no longer have the downsloping area in the market geometry. Okay. What if we do, though? Maybe we do, and I've just not drawn it in properly. Not quite. What about this one here? See, we overthrew that one a little bit. That one is a little bit higher. I don't like it, though, because it's cutting through these highs. Okay, I still have a pretty good one. So when we're looking for a fourth wave high, right? When we're looking for a fourth wave high, what do we do? What do we do? Anybody remember? Draw from 1 to 3, parallel from 2. I think we're already through that, but let's just see. You've got 5 down for 1, ABC up for 2, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 3. Of course, that could be 3, 4, 5, and it's done, but then you've got 4, and you're looking for the fifth wave down. I think we've just missed it because I didn't draw it in time because I'm trying to teach this as I go, but watch what happens. Okay, we're going to draw that on the 2-minute as well, which I think is where it'll line up. This one does not line up at all. In fact, it's quite ugly. And it's getting to the point where it's lines everywhere. Now that one's not bad. That's going to give us our short signal. Bam! In the market geometry. So that's your signal short in the market geometry. That's your signal short from the 2-minute operative time frame. Let's just see if we have one more, and then I'll hurry through this, Mr. Mike. I just want to see if we have one more area. Meh. Nope. Oh well. I think that's it. It's either going to be from here or it's going to be from up here. And we'll see. Mr. Tom is saying it appears that when you have mirror setting turned on and you export a chart, it clears my drawn market geometry, which is fine, what I would expect. However, when Bo has marked up a chart and sent out in Analysis Live, it sets up the chart also. When you come along and also add your market geometry analysis, then it does not clear the chart of Bo's MG, and yours is just added to the chart, which can be confusing. It is by design, and the next update after this one comes out, which he's working on now, you'll have, you know how we have these big beautiful buttons? Well, they're not big and beautiful, but we have these buttons right here. For some reason on Windows 7, they're perfectly outlined and the border goes all the way around them. On Windows 10, it doesn't do that. I don't know why. But we're going to have big, beautiful buttons that you'll be able to place over here, down here, wherever you want. And it'll say Bo, and the other one will say Dan. And then you'll click on one, and it'll hide Bo's. You click on Dan, and it'll hide Dan's. And you can hide and show. And then if you right-click, it'll do the same as if you clicked on undo here. So maybe we should have a third option then also, you think? I'll let you guys give me some feedback on that. Merge, mirror, maybe it'll be like favor analyst mirror with you know, if Bo's exporting only, then you'd get his. But then if I started to import and you wanted to mirror mine instead of Bo's, it would be like mirror forward arrow Dan, or you know, vice versa, something like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're setting up a proper roadmap for you guys to put stuff like that down on, because that's really one of the main ways we make stuff better. So back to this. Now that we have the market geometry and the operative time frame, and we have a pretty clear area where it may or may not go. And if it gets there, I'll take it in front of you. I really don't like the way this is connected here. We're looking for what? What is the third thing that we're looking for, Mike? Confirmation in the volume and the momentum divergence. So now that you've got your signal on the faster chart, 2 minute in this case, and you've got the confirmation, not anymore because I've just eliminated it, but you did have confirmation in the market geometry template. But you, dang it, you will have once again here shortly. Very, very shortly. Oh, I did it again. Finally, export that thing already. We're looking for confirmation now in the volume and the momentum divergence. And because this is a lower time frame signal, lower time frame can be from the 10-minute down to the 1 minute. So the 10-minute is what we call the Min 3 chart. Okay, you notice that the 2-minute is actually, it has a 1 in parentheses. Okay, as does this tick chart. This tick chart is attempting to have the same number of bars roughly. Obviously, it depends on the day and the volatility and the volume. Roughly same number of bars for the day session, RTH session, 8:30, or in this case, 8 o'clock to 1:30 Central Time, or 9 o'clock to 2:30 Eastern. Okay. And then the tick 2, as the min 2 is now a 5-minute chart, the tick 2 is about a 5-minute chart. It's a little bit slower than a 5. It's more like a 6.5-minute chart, if you will. Okay, and then the step above that is the min 3, which is 2 times the 5-minute, which is a 10-minute chart. And then you've got a 15-minute RTH, a 30-minute ETH, an hourly, and then a 138-minute. Because I was shooting for 2 times an hourly, which is 120. But with a 138-minute, we get an even 10 bars per session, per ETH session. Even though there's like I don't know, 15 minutes missing from one of them or something. In the ES anyway. All right, now we go to the row 1. Why? Because the row 1 is the one that will give us the signal for the lower time frame charts. So where is Mr. Row 1? Aha! And you can see we've had signals all along. Fascinating. What does that mean? Does that mean go short? If you think it does, you're in deep, you know what, or maybe you don't. Let's just say it's no bueno. What this means, these red stripes down the chart, it doesn't mean borrow money against your house and go all in short because Daniel's Bloodhound template told you to. Right? Don't trade with money you cannot afford to lose. Futures trading is risky. Yeah. Consider yourself disclaimed and myself indemnified. It means that you've had enough bars from the list of all of these different charts and indicators that have provided enough signals. And just to give you a glimpse into the detail of what this undertaking actually was. You know, I don't know if maybe I'm a little touched. I think I just had too many allergy shots when I was a kid, to be honest with you. My mother made me get allergy shots like every 3 days. So stupid. And it was supposed to make me have a lower allergic response. And all it did was make me totally nuts. That's pretty much all it did. So this is what goes into the development of this template. It's identifying basically strength of signal. So for instance, for those churn bars that we covet so much and look for and hope to see, so such big ones right where we enter. So this would be one such churn bar at the high, after which what? It turned down for about 4 bars, 3 bars. Granted, this is a pretty slow chart. Pretty fast chart. So you'll have a lot more of these than you would have otherwise. But for the churn bar, you have 3 different types. You've got high density churn, you've got extreme density churn, and then you have extreme density, extreme churn, Extreme density, extreme churn is when the volume is so high that even compared to the previous several bars, it's towering above them. Much less divide the volume by the range of the bar, and the range must be narrower as well. So you have to have a decreasing range into a low. It's a clear sign of demand coming in right there. I mean, that's like the end all be all of signals. It's perfect. It's volume divergence, 2-bar pattern. Demand is already coming in, and then boom. It closes up off the low, 660% relative volume, 6.6 times larger than the average volume for that time of day. That should start, wake up, 600%, 6.6 times the normal amount of volume. Something's happening. Well, it continued lower. This is a 2-minute chart, but then it finally bottomed out on double momentum divergence, which is what that yellow line is. As we're now approaching the arrow, you can see we're getting double bearish momentum divergence up here, that yellow line. You see, it's 2 in a row. 2 in a row. And if we get 3, then it'll be magenta, Cedric's favorite color, hot pink. And then it's basically, that triple divergence was my attempt at trying to find those 3 drives into a high or 3 drives into a low type patterns. Not every single one of them is that, but when you have those and they're waning momentum like a wedge, they sure do identify them quite well. And we're getting volume divergence, right? We've got higher volume here, and there's our short signal right there. So not where I wanted it to be, but to be quite frank with you, it's probably the high, because it's probably this parallel from that lower high. Not quite. Not quite. I need to see it go a little bit higher before I can touch it. So does that make sense what I'm doing here? It may not to you, because it may seem like overkill. Way too many rules, Daniel. This is just, this is absurd. I can't tell you how many times I've been told that. But then again, I've built about 1,300 systems that were way too absurd, and they were all garbage. What I'm doing is based on methods that are, number 1, logical, number 2, volume is what creates the price action, number 3, the trend lines and channels are what kind of conform price to particular patterns. It's just the way that price moves. I don't know how or why. It's interesting though. But trend lines and channels, if it were easily automatable, I would have already done it. It's like Elliott wave. Very, very difficult to automate. Many, many cases. Momentum divergence, you can say, well, that's an attempt at applying physics to something non-physical. You're talking about momentum. Momentum doesn't make sense in the context of moving prices, because a brick wall can come in, meaning if it's going up, that brick wall would be Goldman Sachs coming in and unloading a massive long position and going short even. There is no momentum. You know what I mean? There's no force. The force is really the volume and the speed at which it's coming in. And let's say the resistance or the wind shear or the medium in which you're moving, because you have to have friction to steer, right? Is the opposite. So if you're going up, that friction would be the sellers, right? And the force behind it would be the buying pressure, the aggressive buying. Okay. Once the sellers begin to overtake the buyers, then you see the market slow down, kind of round out. There's about 5 or 6 different, I usually say 4 or 5, but it's really 5 or 6 different ways the market will put in a high or a low. And it can happen out of nowhere due to news or somebody calling in an order, and that's the monkey in the woodpile, or the monkey in the woodpile. Goodness gracious, sound like my dad. That's the monkey wrench that can get thrown into any and every trade. That's why any trade, all trades, each and every trade will always have a coin toss to it. Each and every trade will either win or lose. Regardless of your wonderful, beautiful statistics, each and every trade itself, you're guaranteed nothing. So my attempt at going over that spreadsheet on Sunday was less than, I didn't spend enough time with it before I attempted to extemporaneously dive right in and explain it to you, something which I didn't fully understand myself. Not the best way to teach. Definitely not the best way to learn statistics. Yes, there will be a recording. I'll have it up on YouTube probably within 2 hours. I'm not going to try to edit it because that's a fool's errand. It'll take me days. Yeah, you don't want to try to teach something you don't really know fully well. And I think that kind of shone through, huh? Or shine through, as it were. I don't think we're going to get that retracement back up, are we? Anyway, this was I started, see how I go? I go on these tangents, boy, and I just cannot help myself. That's why I swear it was those allergy shots. Or my mother's genes. I think it's just my mother's genes. She's a very smart woman, but she's also just a wee little bit crazy. Oh no, I'm about to jump right in it. About to go for a solid hour on straight up market analysis. So back to this. It is going to go back up. Thank you. So that's what goes into this. So for instance, for those churn signals that we love so much, like this one here, there are 3 strengths, and I showed you 2. The third one is a little less known. It's a little known secret that you can have today. Special deal for you and only you, $29.95. But you better hurry because we are selling out fast. It's, where is that thing? I just had it. Maybe I saw it on a different chart. I love it. I love it when I hear little known secret. Oh, really? Is it little known? Here you've got all 3 of them. Perfect. So you see how the background of those 2 is Cedric's favorite color? And then the background of this one is orange. Okay. You're not seeing the high because of the way that I asked Josh to build it for the auto scaling. We're auto scaling to, I think, the fourth standard deviation. You can set that, by the way. It's a user definable thing, but otherwise, when you get those big spikes, then it skews it, and you can't really see the change from one bar to the next. And just a slight change from one bar to the next is quite significant. Although this is raw volume, meaning the true number of contracts traded. All right, so here you have higher, the big fat bar behind it is volume per range. It's the volume of the bar divided by the range in ticks. So what is the high minus the low? Right? So the smaller the range of the bar, the narrowing of the range. See, that's a very obvious sign of supply coming into the market right there. And that's why a lot of people will say, oh man, all you need is price action, man. Well, yes and no. No, not really. No, yes, just no. You must, well, to achieve the results that I've done in the past and am capable of doing, just happen to not be having a live account at the moment. It's amazing the things you got to pay for when you have an entire family that gets decimated. But anyway, you've got very wide ranging bar, lower range, even lesser range slightly, and then a very tiny range. Just that change from wide ranging to much lower, much smaller bar. Let me zoom in a little bit, and we'll actually break out the old trusty ruler. What is that? It's a whole 6 ticks. And then this one, it's 4. This one's probably 4 too. Yeah, it is. So it has to be the same or less to be a churn bar. Same as the previous or less. And then it has to be below a certain threshold standard deviation. It's actually less than the moving average. It's a negative standard deviation in certain cases. And then this one is probably 3 ticks. No, it's 4 ticks too. I could have sworn it was 1 tick less. 1, 2, 3. Well, it is. Yeah, it's 3 ticks. See? But look at it. It's less real volume, raw volume, just slightly. 479, 464. 479 is greater than 464, but when you divide it by the range, you get a huge amount. Well, not a huge amount, but it is. I'm not showing that value actually. Huh, that's weird. I don't know why it's not. It's showing the cumulative ratio value instead, Joshua. Okay, now I know for a fact. Yep. We fixed that once before. I know for a fact we did. Anyway, the next bar is both higher volume and higher density. Therefore, it's a stronger strength of signal. So you have the weakest, the next strongest, and the very strongest. And I define that here in this spreadsheet, which you can manipulate if you dare. Download it first, of course. So that's the weakest at 0.17. This is the mid, which is the extreme density churn. So medium strength, and this is the highest strength. And you can see the highest strength is actually basically 50% stronger, right? Whatever it is, 47%, something like that. I don't know what it is. 17 divided by 23 is yada, yada, yada. I don't even know. Mathematics, 6 and 18, it's 30%. So 30% and then 47%, something like that. So with the strength of signal goes the strength, you know, I'm adding a greater degree of difference from the least strong to the strongest. As you go up in strength of signal, so too does the, what do we call it? I just asked this question the other day in chemistry. It's not the difference, but the, goodness gracious. Delta, thank you. I think you're the one that said it yesterday too. Or Sunday. Blame mama for everything. She's always telling me, I'm so sorry. I never made you clean up. What did she say? Do the dishes and stuff. I was like, what are you talking about? I remember doing the dishes quite a bit. Thank you very much. She's like, no, I never forced y'all to, you know. All throughout college, I would procrastinate very, very much before the big exam. And I would have to do a number of things before I could start studying, such as clean the apartment, which was, you know, very nice apartment, as it were. And the last thing I wanted to be doing in Paris is studying economics and business, right? Who in their right mind would want to do that? So I was a big time procrastinator, and evidently she was too. And I just remember her always apologizing. I'm so sorry that you're like that. You get that from me, and it's terrible. It's like, come on, Mama. You were a great mom. Still are. Way too much information. For about 7, 8 years now. So I started learning the basics of it in 2007, working for those guys in Ecuador. I had to study Wyckoff analysis and to read all of his books. There's no sense in buying, there's no sense in paying for any of that. There's no sense in paying for, I mean, unless somebody's done a really great job of putting it together very, very succinctly and in, you know, bite-sized, you know, perfect way to learn type situation. There's no sense in paying for any of those old books. They're all out there, open source, no more publishing rights. They're all dead and gone. Yeah, you can find all of his works for free. I don't know why at certain times on certain charts those values go into the price axis. I just need him to fix that so I don't have to use negative numbers. It's the major. It's very odd. All right, now we have the short signal. Look at that. Is it all coming together now? Is it starting to click? And guess what? When they all three come together, then you've got this interesting little gray chart that tells you when they all come together. Don't lie to me. What's going on? Huh. Well, that's just not right at all. I should be having a big red stripe down that. What is the deal? Huh. Is row one? There's something going on here. What is going on? Okay, well, there's the signal finally, but what just happened down here? That's the exit signal. That's a first. No, it's not delayed, it's instantaneous, but So here's the deal. When I've got 5 or 10 workspaces open that I'm actually still working on for the update, by the way, I should probably add one right now, and then maybe add 2 more a little higher. So let me just address this real quick. You see this? It says 20 not okay. If there are 20 not okay across, well, let's just see, about 1,000 readers or more, maybe 1,100, 1,200. Yeah, there's more than that. It's more like 1,500 or so, I guess. Or I don't know, what is that, 20? It's about 900. This throws a wrench in the whole thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, 1,036. Well, I was close, wasn't I? Forgot you can just look right there and it tells you. So some of these are messed up just because I'm copying the templates that I've modified to those charts. Yeah, see, this entire exit template is, I just need to edit it from the XML code, right? So if I were to close the 6E right now, which I'll do, and recalculate, recalculate, this one should clear up after I recalculate. Yeah, this is what the exit is supposed to look like. You see that? So the exit is independent of operative time frame and direction. Oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me. I didn't put an alert there. Did I not actually put an alert at the cleanest, most obvious signal? It's unlike me, the usual me. Anyway, that's a textbook trade there. I just happen to be going through a lot of heady stuff. It's bothering me in my mind that I probably shouldn't talk about. Double divergence. It's clearly not a setup on the 2-minute chart. Why? Why isn't it? Because 2-minute chart is saying go short. It's not saying go short. It's saying that that's a potential ABC on the 2-minute chart, as it was. That's a potential ABC on the 2-minute chart, as it was. And then this is a potential ABC, which I don't think it is. You see, the problem with these operative time frame templates is that I'm also looking for the first potential lower high and the first potential higher low. Right, and that's where you get not a ton, but that's where you'll get some signals that just seem totally out of place, that don't work out. But boy, when they do, they're usually third waves, and they make up for it. when I say add one, yeah, right. So if I were to have gone short there in crude oil, which I'm about to do now, love. Yeah, that's gonna look not too bad. That's only one. Yeah, what?
Order filled.
It's a terrible fill.
Order submitted.
And I don't need much more of a stop than that. This is nonsense. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I got to recalculate. Well, that helped a lot. Um, it's funny you should mention that, Miss Sandy, because we actually have that. Oh, it did help. See, finally made it through it because I got rid of all those missing. Uh, I got rid of all the readers that were not connected. But do you see how that works with the recalculation? The way that a real-time system works is, okay, now you get another signal again because it's turning into a churn bar here, see? But by the time that bar closes, maybe it's not a churn bar anymore, right? So then maybe that signal disappears. Well, it can't disappear now because it's already closed. But in real time, the signal may stay or it may change into a non-signal and then disappear. You got to be kidding me.
Order filled.
I went ahead and dove into it.
Order submitted.
I'm going to take one more at the top of the channel if it throws over. And then, of course, where do I hold to? Well, I mean, if it goes down from here, and this will become obvious over time, but if it goes down from here, you've really only got the most obvious of targets. What would that be? Think about it. If it turns and you're in that trade, if it turns from where the median line is intersecting the channel, you're going to be holding to that median line, right? Right there. But if we take a while to get down there and we don't go straight down, any line produced by this area channel becomes a potential spot for a swing. So hopefully we go right down and I'll see where the fib lines up with it. So yeah, I use Elliott Wave as a kind of a roadmap framework, if you will, whatever. So what did I say? The road on which I drive, but not the vehicle I use to get to where I'm going. Sounds so wise. I really am impressive. It's amazing. So impressive. I really am quite something. Thank you. Uh, this is really making me a nervous wreck here now. Look at this. Man, this has got me all bummed out now. Mr. Michael, I'll answer your question in 1 second. Let me just finish this thought because it would appear that the 5-way move is done. And I'm thinking that because the fibs just line up so beautifully. I mean, they do that sometimes, and it doesn't mean anything. If you have enough lines on the chart, you're bound to get a reversal from one of them. Right? Pretty much. That's why I like to draw a lot of lines. Look like a hero. I'm just kidding. Totally joking. No, but look at this, seriously. So what does a 5-way move typically trace out? All right, wave 1 through 3, the size of the distance from the starting point of 1 to the end of 3 back to 4 gives you a 61.8% target for wave 5. So in cyan, Mr. Mike, we can work out a price for you. Just if you write into support, Cedric's got all the tools to figure out what it would take, and I'll tell him to throw you a little extra. Depending upon what you've already got and all that. Eventually, we'll have an automated system for that someday. In my mind, sounds wonderful. Just love to have an automated system for everything. Wish I could automate sleep. Elon Musk is working on it, I'm sure. The guy's a total fraud, by the way. Still hasn't made a penny. All right, so wave 1 down. Whoops. And then 2 back up. What is the most common extension for wave 3? It's 161.8 of wave 1, right? From the end of 2. We don't have that, but we do have 200%, which isn't, not too bad. Neither here nor there. But wave 5 is most commonly 100% of wave 1 or 161.8 of wave 1 or 61.8 of wave 1. And in this case, it's exactly 161.8 of wave 1. So that's 2 fibs now in favor of this being a completed 5-wave move to the downside. And now we're headed up and out of it.
filled.
and I'm short my third contract. And I bet you I'd take a stop right in front of you here today again. It's always fun. That's why I just love trading live in front of people.
Stop filled.
It really is just the tits. There's nothing quite like it. But I tell you what, it will make you learn your system inside and out. Because if you don't, well, you're not going to look so hot, are you? Yeah, so I'm starting to think that maybe wave one is done. Okay. We've just made the A wave up. So I think right where I got stopped out is the high. So the high is still coming in right now, for sure. Like I don't say that very often, for sure. In fact, I should never say that ever again. Make a note, Sean. Inward. But that's the high. It's either there or right there. We have a little less than 7 minutes to the close. The RTH close. That DR is just hideous looking. All right, come on. If I'm too much in a good way, right? Don't answer that. Just say yes. I could use a old pat on the back. It's getting harder to reach around and hit that thing. I'm so stove up from sitting here all day, every day. Oh, yeah, that little D looks much better. I don't think she ever said that. I think that's the high, though, and you know why? Look at this. You have a number of reasons. I'm going to have to take at least a 5-minute break here, guys. I got to just try to eat something fast. And then hit the ES and the NASDAQ into the close. Yeah, the whole reason I don't like the idea of it being totally complete is because you don't see any of that fourth wave on the minute chart, and you still have plenty of room down to here. So I am of the opinion that we'll have one more push down at the minimum, and that, I mean, you know, it's always that, and that's why I used to dislike having multiple multiple speakers, traders in the trading room live speaking together. I would say something, they would say the opposite, or they would say something, I would say the opposite. and then somebody's going to be right, or you're both going to be wrong, and it's just confusing for people. I think it's rather off-putting for people. You know what I mean? I'm talking about for the members, the guys that are learning, guys and gals that are learning. It used to cause a problem for people. I would have people write in about it, or call me rather. Oh no, yeah, I know. I wouldn't. Yeah, I didn't mean to sound like I was talking about you. Um, what's the word? Disagreeing. I was just talking about. I was about to spit out two different. I mean, you always have to have an alternate, right? In Elliott wave, but if that alternate is much less probable, then I tend to just not mention it so as to not uh, put too much doubt. And that's really the problem with Elliott wave, isn't it? Man, this 30-minute bar is looking really, really strong to the upside right now. But it is into the close. All right, we're going to be closed in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I bet it's going to pop into that kiss goodbye line. That's another thing about fourth waves. Where do they typically make it back to? The fourth wave of one lesser degree. So, if we are still in this 5-wave move down, and it's just going to be an ABC, which it is starting to look like that's all it's going to be, then this would be the ideal zone right here. Look at that. Supply and demand zones on demand. Fancy. Of course, you can go buy them for $2,500 from somewhere else. I should be going short right now, dang it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to step away. But, those $2,500 ones are actually automated, so can't blame them for charging what they charge. However, software in general in this industry is way overpriced. And it's kind of sickening, really. I kept raising mine as we added more and more and more because I was constantly bombarded with people telling me to do so. Or let's say at least continually. Um, yeah, it was a bad move. It's worth it because compared to what else is out there, I mean, even though you do have to listen to quite a bit of how should we call it, chaotic conversation. or monologues. There's some golden nuggets in there, right? It's at least a couple. They're interspersed. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mike. I didn't really understand your question. The drawing shows up on my chart if I upgrade to Master Suite. Pro to Ultimate. Right. This is the question I failed to answer. Unbelievable. So all you need, well, let's say the minimum thing that you need to sign up for Analysis Live is the Toolbar Pro. So in order to have the actual signals that I've been going over show up on the chart, you'd have to have Bloodhound and the full Master Suite Ultimate, because you would have to have the replicator, the one that reads the signals from the Bloodhound charts. It actually reads the signals from Bloodhound into another Bloodhound, which is pretty cool. I don't even know what chart I'm on now. I'm on this one. Man, I swear Zoom is getting very, very laggy. All right, so once you own the toolbar, and if you sign up at any point within the next 6 days, you'll automatically, instantly be getting the Analysis Live, and Cedric will install it for you and go over it with you. And we'll be having some live training sessions all next week. Not all next week, but we'll have a few. And then I'll be doing a lot of pre-recorded ones as well. So once you sign in to the members area, which is to say, go to the membership site, Baton Rouge. I don't know anybody in Baton Rouge. What just happened? There we go. Go to the membership site, log in, and when you log in, you'll see Analysis Live over here. Okay, this will take you to the forum, right? And the first time you go here, you'll actually have to sign into our ticketing system, which is Happy Fox. It's like Zendesk. But we have everything single sign-on, so you don't have to create any new accounts. You just have to sign in one time only, and that's here. But if it's your very first time doing it, clicking on forum is essentially the same as clicking on this, and then you agree. You don't really agree, you just sign in. And then you can install it. You'll see a little thing if you're signed in from Chrome or any Chromium browser, like, I don't know, Opera, Bravo or something. What's it called? Brave. You'll see a little plus right here. I don't know what this one actually means. Oh, I think this means open the web app. Yeah, open it. And there it is. It's the ES, you click on it here, it takes you to the last place that you saw. Click on it over here, and it takes it to the last chart that was exported. So in order to actually sign up, if you, and that should be front and center on the home page by now. Wow, man. Can't believe I'm paying this guy this much money. This web guy. Oh, man. So if you go to my account, once you're signed in to the membership, and even if you're signed up for the free membership, well, you have to have the toolbar to see what I'm about to show you. But if you're a toolbar owner and you go to manage my subscriptions, you'll have 4 buttons here. Okay. I don't have the other ones because I'm permanently subscribed. Let's see if I confirm purchase. No, it'll actually charge me 97 bucks. And there's no price there. I can't get over this. Thank you, Paige. I got a phone call to make. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm thoroughly peeved right now. $5,200. Yeah, that's just absolutely nuts, Harold. That's absolutely nuts. Sorry about that. That's going to be fixed tomorrow, or else. Or else what? I wrote myself these post-it notes to remind me to be kind and loving and sweet and gentle and respectful. And I need to have a look at it here for a second. Yeah. People make mistakes, Daniel. I do all the time. No, I didn't take the short because I was too busy talking about it, I guess. I don't know. Can't believe it. I'm not barking at you. I'm just, I just kind of find it a little unbelievable that I wouldn't have allowed for a hit of the actual. I mean, this is something that I talk about literally every single trading day that we do this. The low before the high to the lowest low, and then the channel down. And if it happens to line up to the left with any other swing points, well, that's a plus. And it lines up with that one, the median line does. And the channel lines up with those two. So I mean, that is the picture perfect wave 4 swing high. Or let's say it's at least wave A of 4. Or maybe it's wave A of another wave 2 back up, and we're about to go way down. It's the thing with Elliott wave, but we at least know where our target should be if it's going to go down and make a new low, right? It's going to be some size relative to either this wave, which would be that 161.8, which would be to just break the low, or this wave, maybe this one, which would be 38. That's, again, just below the low. It's that lower median line, basically. Or this one, 37, again, just below the low. Or just below 38, which would be to make it down to the actual trend line itself from low to low. Looks like it's going to be a rough ride, though. All right, now I got to just take about what is it, 2 o'clock? Markets close at 3. I'll be back in 10 minutes, which means about 12. So if you need to take a break, take one. I'm going to try to just eat something very quickly and make a phone call. All right, be right back shortly. Okay, sorry guys. Oh man, I just talked to our developer and his his big brother and wife and kids all had COVID, and they're both doctors. His brother and sister-in-law, and now he's, after having had it, his lungs have some serious damage, and he's got air between his lungs and his chest cavity, whatever, however you call that. Yeah. So he's in the ICU. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, me too. Thank you. Yeah, please pray for him. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's uh toolbar, the guy that's been with me for 8 years. It's my right hand man. Anyway. All right. Let's do this NASDAQ. Well, it's his brother. It's his brother that's in there. He hasn't spoken to him. I don't think he's on a ventilator. I sure pray he's not. Because that's worst thing. That thing is a death trap. I mean, it's just asking your body to shut down. You've seen it, huh? Yeah, my mom has too. She goes, if anything happens to me, don't you let them ever put me on a ventilator. Super expensive death trap. I mean, it helps some people, but it has been the cause for a lot of people's demise. Just make it too easy for your own body to give up. You know, it needs to fight. I remember reading something about that in the Spanish flu when they were overrun the hospitals and they put a lot of people outside. Actually, I think it was Rudd that told me about this. All the people that were outside, rapid recovery. And all the people indoors, most of whom died pretty rapidly. It's our number one developer. It's his brother, his older brother, who happens to also be a doctor himself, and his wife. And they had it, and their kids had it. And then he was over it. They were all over it. And then he started going back to work, I think a little too soon, and probably got stressed out. And one thing leads to another, you know. His lungs got damaged from the virus. And then that's, you know, it's terrible, terrible lottery. Well, there's one more reason for the short that I'm somehow not in. Don't get it. I do that sometimes because I don't want to miss it. And then my stop is too tight. It's another reason, another checkbox against the super tight stops. Got a lot of those boxes checked. I'll tell you though, when I did first track record, I got away with 3, 4 tick stops. A lot. Well, of course, ES was barely moving back then, but I got away with some very tight stops. Yeah, there is, but there's a lot we do know too. Just figured out my CPU is not, something's just not right in the way that it handles drawing being moved around on the charts on these monitors. Some settings are just not right. I don't know what it is. Anyway, all right, let me get back into this if I can. Oof, duh. There's the other one. So weird, isn't it? The way this works. I tell you, it looks to me like it's an A wave up, though. Let's at least figure that out. Maybe not. So if any of you guys are still Master Suite Pro, I think some of you are, asked Cedric about it. What is that you're missing? You're missing the replicator and all of the Bloodhound and Blackbird templates that go with that. I'll tell you what I'll do. If you want to upgrade to the Master Suite Ultimate, I think there's only 2 of you, or 3. Just buy the replicator with a 25 off, and then that'll get you the upgrade to the Master Suite, which I want to say it was $1,200 or something crazy. Well, it's not crazy because it's thousands of hours of lots and lots of work. Buy the replicator with the 25 off, and then you can, well, I mean, you can already sign up for Analysis Live now. But yeah, that'll get you upgraded to the Master Suite Ultimate, just buying the replicator. What is it? 600, 595 minus 25 is 125. 6 times 2, 1,200. 5 times 6 is 30. $150. 350. 450. Sorry, 450. Something like that. Get some. Hang on a second. I got a gnat or something in my eye. Just 1 minute, and then we're going to go over for the last half hour of the market, NASDAQ and ES. Yeah, I just thought of something. Oh, cool. Thanks, John. Um, yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to kind of sweeten the deal a little bit. We weren't really applying that 25% to Analysis Live, but it kind of did anyway. We're gonna let 3 months go at the 25% off. So if you want to take advantage of that for whichever markets, there's the 4. And for now, they're 99 each. Let's see. 4 times 12, that's $300. Yeah, so 3 for 4, 4 for the price of 3 for the next 3 months. And then if you want to take advantage of that, just write into support and say that you do. All you have to do is own the toolbar or the master suite, preferably the master suite. I've been looking at CL all day long because I've been talking, basically, Mr. Michael, to be honest with you. Because it was already begun, because it had already begun the decline, I was assuming that we would have a fairly clean and clear retracement, which we did. I just happened to get in way too early. For the next 25 minutes or so, 20 minutes, we'll do the ES and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is one that I've not kept up with in the past because it's been so incredibly volatile. Even though it's only $5 a tick, it still moves 3 times faster than the ES, sometimes 4 or 5 times faster. So yeah, right now, the whole purchasing process for Analysis Live markets, number one, you've got to be an owner of the toolbar to even be able to see it first. But of course, if you're signing up for the first time, well, then it's automatically built in. There's nothing that you have to do. It's all automatic. So it's 2 weeks with the toolbar, and it's 2 months with the master suite, if you're a brand new member. So it's, to be quite honest, a mess that I was assuming would be sorted out about 3 months ago, and I just happened to hire the wrong guy. But it will be sorted out before the end of the week, I assure you of that. And then we'll have a final kind of wrap it up presentation Friday. I'll try to make it earlier, maybe 2:30. We'll see. I'm probably going to continue this to Thursday then. So we'll do it again tomorrow. It's not going to last 5 hours tomorrow, though. But we'll do it again 9 o'clock tomorrow, maybe 8:30 actually, right at the open. I'll send you an email today kind of explaining what's going on with the site. I know there's a lot of people that have had to go off and do life. So yeah, I'll send out some more info tonight, and hopefully, no, I'll send that out before the update because the update's going to come a bit later. So I'll be sure to get that email out first. All right, just bear with me a couple of minutes, and then we'll get back on ES and NASDAQ. So my favorite two are the ES and crude oil. My old favorite was always the 6E, but seeing as Bo lives in the Euro time zone in Hungary, uh, you know, he's perfect for crude oil in the 6E. A lot of big moves in crude will happen right around between 2 and 4. So yeah, he's basically going to kind of do a little bit of all, but focus more on crude in the 6E, and then I'll focus more on crude, NASDAQ, and the ES. Sure. You mean like the written list of parameters? Just the actual template? Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. The values. Yeah. If you sign into the members area, you're already Master Suite, right? Just Master Suite Pro. Yep. Go to right here, the row bars. This is, well, it's just not very intuitive, is it? But it will be. Current settings of tick and row bars charts right there at the bottom. So this is that link. So this explains all that, Miss Sandy? This whole thing? Only I'm starting with a period of 2 minutes. There are a couple of small things that have changed here, like the multiplier that I use. So this is that template. I am showing this template right now, right? Am I on the right page? Yep. So we're looking back 7 days because a lot of times, if you happen to connect to the data feed after 8:30 Central and it's Kinetic or IQ feed, they don't let you download more than I think it's 7 consecutive days, which really means probably about 5 or 6 days of tick data. So anyhow, we narrowed it down to 7 just in case, but and then you click on a cell and it shows you the values that I'm using. If you download it, which you can do, you should be able to click on Can you download it? Oh, okay. Well, it's changed. I've updated it recently. So it kind of, a little bit nicer. Why is this over here? It's not supposed to be there. How bizarre. Sorry, guys. I'm just distracted for a second. Yeah, for those of you that have got some time left in the trading room, you're not going to be charged. Cedric has figured that day out, however many days that we had taken off. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but he knows it. But you're going to have it free until that day, which I think is at least another 5 weeks away. I'm not even sure. Change in volatility. So if we get a lot of movement and it's clearly, the tick one is clearly separating from the 2-minute chart. How do I get rid of this? Note. Sorry. Okay. We were going to do it once per week, but my goodness, is that a lot of work. I've got it all written out here. Let me show you this real quick and then I'll move on. I've got everything spread out across multiple hard drives. Finally, I've figured out a system to compile everything. It's called Ignite Connect. It's something that the government uses to pull everything in and combine it all so that it's all in one spot. And then now I'm sifting through and putting everything together. So what was I looking for? Oh, right. How to edit those. You could update every 3 to 5 days. That's right. Oh, no. That's for the converter, only works for, you mean the time frame tuner or the actual template converter? Yeah, the time frame, but it doesn't do it automatically, right? You've still got to change the numbers. Yeah. Well, where is it? By the way, this is my favorite app of all time. Second favorite. So I'm going to have all of the values for every indicator listed out for you guys, what they mean, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, this is just really a how to create a new workspace. This is what we're going to automate. We're going to make an app like the time frame tuner. It'll have to be a C# app though. It'll be outside of Ninja. This is so bizarre to me. I still, even though I have it authorized, it does not show up for me, the time frame tuner. I don't understand this. Well, anyway, yep, we're going to build an app that'll make it to where you can just run the time frame tuner, connect it to a workspace, and then we will use these, I don't know, Miss Diane or who was it? Haneke or that's when we'll use these colors. And then it'll update the values automatically. It's going to be wonderful. All right, give me a couple of minutes. We literally just got another long signal on. So I've missed 2 in a row. This is what I get for talking. Bad Daniel. So there is, it's just incredible. To be honest with you, this one is finalized, huh? The ES. This is the one I'm copying. And it's finally the way that I want it as of 2 a.m. this morning. And that's no joke. That's many an hour, many a sleepless night trying to get this thing dialed in. And it's finally the way that I can comfortably say we have arrived. You're going to see signals and lines all over the tick 1, the row 1, the row 2. Those are simply showing you when you've got air, and this is why it's so much better. So much better, this market geometry template, because I've got it really dialed in now. Really dialed in. And Toolbar Pro owners get this one too, huh? This is going into the Toolbar workspace as well. But of course, you can't get the volume and the divergence one because you wouldn't have the volume and divergence indicators, obviously. So let it be known. Forgive me if I seem weird, but I guess I'm a little bit. Maybe it takes a weirdo to do something like this, you know? It's not a bad thing. He's just a bit different. I'm telling you, it's all those shots I had to get. Made me slightly autistic or something. Not artistic, autistic. So this is what happens when I bring it all the way back to the low. And not the higher low. And why might I choose this one if I were to compare both? I still think it's coming down though, but that's just me talking. But why might I choose this low instead of that one? And this is where the nuance comes in. And this is what no one likes, me included. That's why it's difficult to program. Because that's frankly, 1 to 3 parallel from 2. It's textbook Elliott wave stuff without the median lines. I still don't know why they didn't add that in there. It seems so obvious, but looking back from this second click, right? Because anything to the right of that second click is the future. Looking to the left, well, it doesn't matter really if anything happens to line up. But if it does happen to line up, it's a plus. It kind of helps confirm an area or a channel. So if I draw this back, you can see that lower median line is aligned with that low. That didn't happen in real time. It wouldn't be, it's not like that would have helped you somehow get long here, but this one would have. In fact, it overthrew it a little bit. Not too awful much. And then the midline, that is to the right. The midline is what we pulled back to once we broke. See, we found support on it there. Chopped through it, broke through it, pulled back once, pulled back twice, and then right there. And then you see demand coming in at the low, 2-bar pattern. Big selling climax followed by a narrow range, high volume churn bar. Good looking selling climax. And then a little bit of sign of strength after that, slightly right there. And then back down on lower volume. And then increased buying as it closed up and reversed with volume divergence there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So I could literally just talk for days about this stuff, I guess. It looks like a pretty good reason for the high where it occurred, doesn't it? Isn't it? But that's the point of control. Oh, why this is seemingly taking more time lately. No, the point of control is at the low, in fact. Well, that's a little bit of a plus in favor of that being a strong low. I mean, look how much time we spent sideways there. And we were only down here for maybe a seventh of the time that we were chopping back and forth. And the point of control is still down here. So I think I'm looking for a higher low. Yeah, every time I zoom in and out, that's when things start going really loud in that computer. I sure wish I would have never learned anything at all about computers and just would have hired a full-time IT guy. I would have saved so much time and money. I could have paid for 10 of them. I think this is it right here. This is it. Sorry. This is just a VWAP. I'm just curious how much farther down it was. I think you got a low right now. You got a long signal. Boom, shakalaka. Dang it, and I'm so late. What time is it? Into the close, shall I?
Order filled.
Terrible trade location. I must hold it now through the close. Stop needs to be behind this line here. Yeah, it's market is closing and I am delaying because I'm moving charts around. Needs to be behind 32. I'd add one more right there.
Order submitted.
I can't even tell where it's at, to be honest with you. I don't know where it's at. This is why you don't broadcast your screens while you're trading. Well, it's why I need to get a better app. Started on it. See if I can show you that. I'll show it to you in a second. Give me a minute. I'm talking to myself again. All right. So I was just saying it's just weird. I spend all this time and money on this new super duper computer and I don't know. I'm afraid to mess with the settings. I really am. So I got a guy come in here tomorrow to tweak it. What's the deal, Pickle? Come on now. Ah, so this is a neat little app. And Eventi, it's called. And I have, Vimeo, where you guys watch the sort of quote unquote safeguarded videos that are not on YouTube, training videos and whatnot. Um, Evidently, you'll be able to download this on your computer or your phone. Well, I mean, if Cambridge uses it and Stanford use it, well, therefore the CIA uses it. Uh, who else? Pretty cool little app, though. Live feedback, live polls, event creation less than 10 minutes. Yeah, right. Take me about 2 days. Oh, and it's sustainable. It's made with magic and sunshine. So this is going to be pretty neat. I think I'll be able to go live whenever, moving forward as there's something setting up and I want to go live and explain it. You'll get a little notification. I'll go live. You'll see and hear me. And should be able to make it to where I can track my cursor or at least use a hotkey to change screens. So it's pretty cool. I think it's going to be a much better, easier way of us to stay in contact and up to date with one another. And it lets you guys communicate with each other via networking. It's like a swipe left, swipe right for all the weirdos of the world, in a good way, for you guys to form bonds, relationships. Maybe some of you guys happen to live in the same city and don't even know it. So pretty neat. Let's see. What causes me to update the numbers? Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Is there a video on how to integrate the Toolbar Pro with the Divergence Pro and Volume Analyst in Bloodhound? No. I wish. That's what the Master Suite Ultimate's for. Jim, I thought you were Master Suite. I thought you've always been Master Suite. I will have for each installer uh, templates with every single condition. So there'll be one template for each that will have every single data series as it's supposed to be used so that you can access it and then take and combine it however you want. You know what I mean? But as far as like how to build a system out of it, that's what that's essentially what the Master Suite really is. There's a way to copy the solvers from one XML, well, it's .bht, and paste them into another. Might be able to do that for a certain price. How much money you got? Not nearly enough, right? Me neither. I only got one. I don't even think it's showing me the right price right now. I don't even know what's going on. The red would mean take one contract off. Yep, it would. Yep. If I would have gotten in, you know, well, if I would have gotten in when I got the signal, I would be long from right here. I wish it would show you the median price, you know, at 33.27, so about 2 points better. We can do that together one day, Jim, after I get these installers out, Mr. Jim. We can set a date, as it were. No homo. Just Zoom. And then I'll show you how to copy the solvers from one template to another. So those were the long signals. So this was obviously from the hourly, or this was probably the 30-minute. That was the hourly. And then this is the 5-minute and the 2-minute, these two. And this one is from the 2-minute, maybe the 1-minute. Let's see. See, and once I have all this built into an indicator, I say that like it's going to be so easy, but it's going to be the most difficult thing I've ever written. It'll be so much better. No, yeah, the 1 minute's already closed. Ah, that's what I was missing. Look at that. It's where the old, see? It's where the old limit should have been. Ninja is the only platform right now. Yeah, Ninja's free, by the way, huh? Until you start trading live. But please, 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 if you learn anything from me at all, and I know this goes in one ear and out the other, nobody could have told me. There's no way that I would listen to what I'm about to tell you. But I beg you, please don't trade live. Don't try to follow my trades. Don't try to mirror my trades, because you won't. You'll try, and maybe you will some, but then you'll go off and you'll take other trades, and so many people have done that and then have blamed me for blowing their account. And then I'm like, all right, well, let's go over your trades and let's see what happened. And I'm like, well, I thought you said you were mirroring my trades. I don't take more than 5 a day tops. You've got a couple of days where you took 50. Something just not quite as it seems here. You know, don't trade live. You're not ready. You think you are. I know you do. A lot of you guys have been doing this for 10, 15 years. I learned for probably 7 years. how to not do it. Or let's say how to do it incorrectly. And boy, was it difficult to throw away a $10,000 piece of software. But I did. I threw it in the bucket. I couldn't sell it. I wouldn't sell it. I wouldn't have the gall to sell it. I wouldn't do that to somebody. Maybe that's just why I'm not very good at marketing. Eh, I can get better and still not be a liar. It's just that marketing seems to be synonymous with deception. You know what I mean? I get a dirty sensation when I listen to some of these guys, as if I've just been sold a used car for $50,000 that's from 1987, you know, Buick. You know what I mean? You ever feel like that? And yet you buy it anyway? I'm telling you, by the end of some of these presentations, I'm sold. $1,500 to $1.3 million? Sign me up. I'm ready. Right. Well, I guess I was going to do the NASDAQ, but I had better do that or someone's going to be really mad. Yeah, it's a SIM account. No, I'm holding it. Yeah, it's a SIM account. I wish I could tell you I had a big, huge live account. I've got a lot of people that have offered me them. Well, I'm not supposed to talk about it. Never mind. No, I've got a lot of stats, but unfortunately, with the way that I sell, we don't tend to bring in a lot of new people. Well, I guess because I don't really sell, I just kind of talk. And yeah, it created a couple of times where I needed to take money out to pay salaries. And the next thing you know, it's all gone. What am I doing? Oh, yes. So you were asking if I think it's going down, well, then why in the heck am I going long? Doesn't sound right at all, does it? I don't have Ninja, so is Ninja the only platform right now? They mirrored it 10 times. What does that mean? They mirrored it 10 times. Their platform? Like they sold the guts of it to people and rebranded it as something else? not sure I follow. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, you can't see what she's writing. She's just saying she was referring to when I was talking about people trying to mirror my account, but they weren't. It's really next to impossible, so which is why you must focus on your holy grail, which is you. And being your best self. It really is quite amazing here. So let me start from the top because this is quite amazing, really. We just do a couple of other things quick and then we'll call it a day. Finally, only after 12 hours. 138.2. Hmm. I'm sorry. Why is it I say 10-minute and 1 hours what I use for intraday trading? That's what I need, Tony. Exactly. Neurobrain trading. So why is it that if I'm trading from an hourly chart or a 10-minute chart, in fact, I'm taking trades based on anything from the 1 minute all the way up to the 138-minute chart. And whether or not I hold it overnight is based on whatever the operative time frame for that trade entry is, and whether or not it actually calls for holding it overnight or not, whether or not it calls for holding it overnight. So all of the lower time frames, excuse me, are taken into account looking at the volume signals because it just so happens that you may get, say you've got a setup on the hourly chart and you have no volume signal on the 30-minute, no volume signal on the 15. You've got maybe a little high density climax on the 10-minute. And then on the 5-minute, you've got a beautiful 2-bar pattern. The 2-minute, you've got a gigantic 2-bar pattern followed by a tiny little volume divergence that ends on a churn bar. And then on the 1-minute, you've got a massive 2-bar pattern that then pulls back with a sign of strength at a low, comes back down, retests that low on very low volume, and then gives you a big, beautiful spike of an extreme churn bar showing you unquestionably that you've got very, very clear demand coming in at that area. So at the moment, I cannot distinguish between the strength of the final output, which is true or false. It's either red or it's green. I can only differentiate between the strength of the signals that lead into the final gate, right? So in the future, what I would do, once I divide up the charts into swing trading and day trading, is I would have, rather than each and every single one of those charts open, I would literally only have a window that has, and this will be our own custom add-on window, that has whatever volume and divergence signals. It won't even have to draw them. It'll just calculate them. And it'll tell you their strength relative to preceding bars, and then their strength overall for that chart's, relative to that chart's entire average, let's say. So there'll be two strength numbers for each and every signal per chart, if that makes sense. Okay, without having to draw any of it. The only reason I have so many visible charts is because I'm having to place the indicators on them. You could say, well, why don't you put them in the market analyzer? Wouldn't that make more sense? Well, yeah, it'd be great, but it's even worse. It's even worse. The market analyzer is just not built for what it is that we're doing. Basically, I have to build my own market analyzer that has sort of built-in mini charts such that you could show them if you wanted to. The funny thing with the market analyzer is that you can get a signal, but not until the close of the bar, such that you get the signal and you see it for a fraction of a second, and then the next bar comes in and doesn't have a signal. So, what use is the market analyzer for something like the volume analyst? We would need to see the most recent, say, 5 bars per chart, something like that, right? So whatever it is that I end up designing, our developer will make it better for sure. I just have to write it, and it's my favorite thing to do, but it's also the most challenging of things to do. But I do quite enjoy it. Doesn't feel like work then. This can get stressful, trading in front of people. I don't necessarily like it, as you can imagine, which is why not very many people will do it. What happened here? What is this? What's going on here? It's so weird how their charts still do that. Surely that's fixable. So this is what I was thinking was going to happen, right? And then I shorted it, in here thinking that we were about to go down and finish the A wave and then get the big B wave up. Okay. So at the moment, I am currently thinking that we're in the midst of the C wave up of what's called an expanded flat, which is this. It's an A, B, C up for A, B, C down for B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for C. Most common uh, extension is the 138.2, and then the next is 161.8. Okay, well, there's 161.8 already. So maybe it's already finished. Obviously, I hope not. Hmm. Kind of thinking that it's probably going to gap down tomorrow, but that we'll get one more slightly higher high in the overnight first. Yeah, it'll probably open up right where it's at. I'm thinking it's going to go up in the overnight and then come back down and then maybe try to go back up one more time, make that first lower high after this B wave high, and then we'll get our second ABC down. So what I'm thinking is this. That's a W. It's not right. Hmm. Well, it could be. It's just maybe this is the first ABC of a larger corrective move, but let me use the right nomenclature. That's that's a little on the interesting side. It's a kiss goodbye. You see that? You see this little dotted line here? You can barely see it. Let me make it bigger. That dotted line. So oftentimes you'll break out of a channel and then you pull back to it and then go. So I wanted to build that. That's straight out of the book from Edwards and McGee. Um, the analysis of stock trends or something like that. Market analysis of stock trends. Stock something, I don't know. The analysis of stock market trends by Edwards and McGee. It's one of the first books I had to read. So he talks about trend channels, trend lines, and kiss goodbyes. And this is what one of those looks like. And I wanted to be able to access that programmatically, which is why we built these readers, this whole reader system. which I thought was like a week-long project, and it turned into about 3 years. I think I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, guys. It's 3:30. Still haven't touched the Nasdaq. Maybe I should do that first. Gotta start doing what I'm committing to. Curious how to draw that. Yeah, I think we'll probably tick out that high, finish up that C wave, and I would say that this is a typical ABC down for W. So let's say you could put it either way, but this is an expanded flat. Not nearly as dramatic as this one is and obvious as this one is, but that's, yeah, an expanded flat. If it breaks the high, yeah, it broke it. All right, and then, so that's W, X, and then we look for A, B, C down for Y. And that will be wave 2. Like I'm getting sick. Is ES long term? No. To the upside? No, I'll close it tonight, I'm sure. Yeah, sorry, I didn't answer that before. So the target for the ES, as is the target for the crude oil short, is to break the previous swing point. So this is probably a pullback. And you want to see a 3, 4, 5 down to that lower median line, or at least that trend line there. Yeah, sure, no problem. My pleasure. My pleasure. You're very welcome. Let's see. Right, if that's wave 4 low and that's wave 5 up, or sorry, wave 1 up. Starting to lose my eyesight a little bit. 212 ticks. Well, that's from the low. I get in from the higher low, so hmm. Yeah, it's still pretty good, guys. I'm fading. I'm literally. I don't think I can say another word. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon, and I'll talk to you more tomorrow. I've still got a lot to do, so. Whew, what a long day. Be much more structured and organized tomorrow, I assure you. All right, you guys. Hey, Samir. All right, y'all have a good one. Talk to you tomorrow. All right, bye for now.